KSI's of course gonna not get a lot. Ah, jeez. Alright. Let's start this. Let us start. It was requested by Pixie. Okay, Rocky, just this one last delivery for the night, and then you can go home and smoke some weed, chill out for a while. Who knows? Maybe they'll be a good tipper, and I can pick up some hard seltzer or something. Really make it a party. Fuck, this rain's bad. Weird ass order too. Almost seems like they were just picking things at random. Like a starfruit? I don't think I've ever seen anyone eat a starfruit. Whatever. Suddenly, a shape darts out into the middle of the road. The fuck? God, there's blood everywhere. Fuck, that hurts. I can make out someone walking towards me. They don't seem to be in too much of a hurry. Help me. Call an ambulance. Everything goes black. Just like my soul. It's dark. Where the hell am I? Last thing I remember, I was driving and then there's just nothing. My head kills. Did I get into a car crash or something? It doesn't look like a hospital room, though. More like a dungeon. I'm cold. How long I've been lying on this floor here? My eyes are starting to adjust. There's no windows, just a thin crack of light coming from... under a rusted metal door. I try the door, but it's locked from the outside. Hey, let me out of here. No response. Great. There's something else in the room that I just hadn't noticed before. An old-fashioned cassette tape on a wooden stool. It's funny, I keep meaning to get one. I have a huge stack of local metal band tapes at home and nothing to play them on. Well, nothing else to do. Might as well listen to it. The tape starts up with a static hiss. Hello and welcome to Teeth Kit Newborn Education. We know you have many choices for your educational needs, and we thank you for choosing Teeth Kit. This tape functions as a complete replacement for traditional newborn education. Newborn? What's this? In today's modern world, you can't always be there for your child. But with Teeth Kit, you can get the next best thing for the lowest possible cost. Teeth Kit is recognized for its high-quality education products by all major courts in the United States and Canada. Cards? Wait, is this the drunk tank? For more information, please consult your local authorities. Ah, fuck. Part 1. Changing your body. You may have noticed some changes in your body lately. Aches and pains, maybe, or you feel a little chilly. Is this some kind of joke? Rest assured that this is all perfectly normal and will pass with time. Your body is undergoing the last steps of metamorphosis that will make you faster, stronger, and in a word, better than you ever were. Scientists still aren't sure exactly how the process works, but we do know that with a few rare exceptions, it goes off without a hitch. Oh. We're gonna be doing that by accident again. Right-clicking by accident to save. Exceptions to what? Is this some kind of Saw situation? So, what does that mean for you? Well, have you ever wanted to leap across rooftops? Lift a Pontiac's Firebird? How about live forever? Live forever? That's right. Not only are you a new and improved version of yourself, you'll never have to worry about aging or illness again. This has gotta be some kind of prank. Louis, Clara, where are you guys? Of course, this isn't all sunshine and rainbows. In fact, sunshine is something you should do your best to avoid from now on. Your marker has already provided you with a safe windowless location to rest during the day. That's crucial because any exposure to sunlight from here on out could prove fatal. But you may be wondering about various myths and legends you've come across, perhaps in motion pictures or popular fiction. Well, we're pleased to say that most such stories are just that. Stories that are planted out to throw curious humans off the trail. Running water, garlic, crosses, not to mention the sillier ones like having to stop to count individual grains of rice, they're all made up. Aside from the sun, the only things you have to worry about are fire, wooden stakes through the heart, and decapitation. That might I did it again. That might sound like a lot to keep track of, but keep in mind that 3 out of 4 of those things are traditionally fatal to mortals. You were probably avoiding them already anyways. Mortals? Hey, this isn't funny anymore. Let me out. Part 2. The Blood. In your previous life, you may have enjoyed a number of different foods. Cheese fondue, perhaps, or baked Alaska. Is that a kind of food? Baked Alaska is when you take a shit on someone's chest. I know that's not what that is. Things have become significantly simpler for you. From now on, only one thing can keep you going. Human blood. Blood? Advances in technology have made it easier than ever to store and transplant blood. Your maker should have left you a small supply with this tape. This thing wants me to drink blood? Of course, most aren't satisfied with prepackaged blood. Nothing beats the thrill and flavor of warm blood straight from the source. The idea of tearing into a living person might seem a little strange or off-putting to you right now. After all, you were one yourself up until quite recently. But in time, you'll get used to it. In fact, you'll probably find you enjoy it more than anything you could ever enjoy in your old life. And don't worry, you don't have to finish off your prey to get your fill. It would be pretty hard to conceal our existence if we killed every last time we were hungry. The fuck is this? As science has driven out superstition in most of the Western world, fewer and fewer people believe in us, and that's a good thing. It means most victims will simply write off an attack as a wild night or dream, especially if they've had too many Harvey wallbangers. I feel like that's a Harvey Weinstein joke, and I don't know how I feel about it. Harvey who? All in all, it's a great time to be a vampire in America. You've got to be kidding me. With the end of the Vietnam War, we're entering a new era of unity and prosperity. Plus, increased smog production from the automobiles and industry has even made it possible for some vampires to walk the streets during the day. It's a brave new world we're entering, and we're excited that you'll be part of it. Please turn tape over to side B now. There's a knock at the door. It swings open and someone's standing there. A nondescript-looking guy with in a polo shirt and a headset holding an iPad. Lucky Alvarez, we need you on set now. Set? What's going on? Didn't anyone tell you? Look, Bill, I just woke up in this room with a tape telling me that I'm a vampire or something. And I'm not under arrest, and I'm going to head out and figure out which one of my idiot friends set this up. You don't... Oh, huh. Oh, hold on one sec, okay? Turns away from me and talks into his headset for a moment. Can't make out much, just okay, got it. Alright, we're gonna get this all sorted out. Please come with me. Look, am I in trouble? Am I under arrest? Trouble? In trouble? Kid, you're about to be famous. Come on. I guess there's no harm in seeing what's going on. Once I'm out of this room, I can bail anyways. Alright, lead the way. The guy leads me out of a cell and down a hallway, lined with dozens of identical doors. I'm trying to do my best of a, it's showbiz, baby. What is this, a dungeon or something? Oh, yes. Yes, it is a dungeon? Sorry, it was in my headset, but yes, that's right. Listen, what's the deal with that tape? The tape? Oh man, I didn't realize those were even still around. I had one of those back in the early 80s. Different time. What's this guy going on about? Doesn't look much older than me. How about Side B, huh? I didn't get to listen to Side B, actually. Oh, that's too bad. Side B's the best. We head up a musty, cobweb-covered staircase. That tape was saying some crazy shit. No, well, sorry, wrong voice. I know it's probably the same voice, but it's a slightly different voice. That tape was saying some crazy shit, talking about vampires and stuff. Right, yeah, it's a little impersonal, isn't it? It was kind of a fad for a couple decades. These days, the trend's back to traditional. It's considered really important to actually sit down with your child and explain things face to face. I stop in the middle of a hall, long marbled space with goddamn suits of armor standing to the sides. Alright, I want some answers. What's going on here? I told you, we're sorting it all out. Right now. Is this some kind of prank show? Did Mr. Beast get me? I enjoy the meta humor. The guy doubles over with laughter. Oh, no, nothing that serious. You heard the tape, right? You're a vampire. A vampire? Yeah, Nosferatu, the undead. In China, you'd be called Jiangxi. But that hopping thing is made up. Those guys are real jokers. You expect me to believe that? Look, I can't stand around arguing with you, alright? All night, okay? So how about this? In a flash, he grabs a sword from one of the decorative suits of armor. Before I can react, he grabs my shirt with one hand, yanks it up, and drives the sword through my stomach. Fuck. Fuck, that hurts. Only it doesn't hurt as much as you think, actually. He pulls the sword out and shows it to me. No blood. I'm fine. The dark hole where the blade entered stings a little, but the feeling is vague, like a memory of pain. See? It's like the tape said. You're immortal. This is a lot to take in. Woke up as a vampire. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but I just work here, alright? I'm not in charge of anything. And you're a vampire too? Yeah, pretty much everyone here is. Where is here, actually? And how did I get here? I can't remember anything. Jesus, alright, I need to get you to set. But you seem like a nice kid, and your maker must have been a real bastard to dump you into a situation like this. Right off the bat. So here's some free advice. Forget all the social niceties you were raised with. From now on, you're only looking out for yourself. Is that the first rule of being a vampire? He laughs and shakes his head. No, that's the first rule of being on a reality show. Someone else pulls a wire up. Someone else pulls a wire up my shirt and clips it onto my collar. The other end is attached to a box they stuff in my pocket. And that's your mic. Don't mess with it. He points ahead at a doorway. Okay, kids, showtime. Walk into the sitting room and introduce yourself. And who am I introducing myself to? My question goes completely unheard. The PA is listening to a message over his walkie-talkie. Copy. Sending him now. Episode 1. Welcome, wretched fledglings. Ow. The room is ornately furnished, like a very upscale haunted house. I don't know enough about interior design to say what kind of antiques I'm looking at, or even if they are antiques, but they look old and fancy. There are some big lights and cameras all across the other side of the room and the other entrances. Hi, I'm Rocky. I wave to the cameras and try to give them a good, confident job interview kind of smile. Can you try that again with more energy? And not looking at the cameras. I'm trying to do like the Italian director kind of feel. You want me to look? Just introduce yourself to the room, not the camera crew. There's no one else in the room, but I do my best, turning to a grandfather clock and then a love seat. What's up? I'm Rocky. The camera crew doesn't say anything, like they're waiting for me to say more. And, wow, what a cool house. Look at this neat shit. I wonder if this is a real human skull. Sick. The director who had been talking to me gives me a thumbs up. Nice. So, you're all vampires too? Thumbs up disappears and he looks at me like I'm an idiot. Yeah, everyone who works on the show is a vampire. More vampires coming? Yes. We really need you to start acting like there's no cameras here. Just ignore us. Unless we tell you to do something, in case we don't, in which case, don't ignore us. That seems really confusing and kind of a lot to ask, considering how confusing my situation already is. Then I hear some footsteps. I did the director voice again. Then I hear some footsteps in the hallway I came from, and someone else walks in. Oh god, what kind of voice am I gonna do for him? What's up, ladies? My name's Jason. I'm here to crush the competition. Jason's a big dude who crushes what looks like a plastic cup in his hands as he talks. No, ladies, just me. Hi. Jason gives me a once over and makes it clear he thinks I'm some kind of beta bitch and then comes over to me. Shut up. Sorry, I thought shut up. Sup, little man? Good to meet ya. His grip is strong. I'm immediately nervous about having to compete against him, but at least he seems to have a better grasp on things than I do. Jason, right? I'm Rocky. Know what's going on? Rocky? Like the boxer? I get this a lot. It's annoying. I should get a new name now that I'm a vampire. Like Vlad. Too late, though. I've already introduced myself as Rocky. Maybe next time I can try out Vlad. Have they told you where we are? You'll just have to wait and see. He winks at me, and as annoyed as I am, it's kind of charming. Hello? Am I in the right place? A woman walks in next. She smells like mango and mango shampoo, and talks at a normal volume. What's up, beautiful? I'm Jason, and this little guy's Rocky. Joke's on you, idiot. I think it's hot when women call me a little guy. Hi. I'm Anya. Nice to meet you both. Are we the only ones here? Looks like it. Did anyone tell you what's going on? Well, I mean, I assume we're on some kind of TV show for vampires. Anya has a natural warmth that makes me not mind at all how patronizing she sounds. That makes sense. I look over, Jason has dropped to the floor started doing push-ups. How long have you been a vampire? Not long at all, maybe a few weeks. Hard to say for sure. Yeah, me too. A lie, but I don't want everyone to know I just woke up like this. I already seem dumb enough not realizing this is a vampire TV show. Anya and Jason have started talking about something, and I zone out. I'm really hungry. Or thirsty, I guess. Shit, am I gonna need to kill someone? No, the tape said it's better not to. That's good, I think. Maybe they'll feed us soon. From blood bags or whatever. Or a big fountain. I have a friend who's done extra work on Law and Order in the city, and they say they always feed you. It's like a union requirement. Is this show a union? That's a good question. Jason scoffs at us. This is the vampire world, guys. There's no labor unions here. We have an entirely different structured society. Didn't your makers tell you that? Anya giggles. My maker told me the basics, but not every last detail. I guess I've still got a lot to learn. Anyone smart would be able to see that Anya is acting dumb on purpose, but Jason is, well... That's okay, babe. Stick with me. I'll show you the ropes. I suddenly feel a stab of pain in my stomach. Hunger. I need to sit down. That's weird. It feels like being horny and sleepy and hungry and thirsty and wanting a hug all at once. Only I want one thing to fulfill those needs. Blood. Wonder if Jason and Anya were given it anything to eat. While I'm sitting on the couch thinking about how hungry I am, a couple more people file in. Hey guys, it's me, Tay. And don't worry, I may be a vampire now, but my dedication to Christ hasn't wavered one bit. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Lilia. I like Lilia. Grace Solelli. I don't know what voice I'm gonna do for Grace. Grace Solelli. I'd never know how to pronounce that name. Solil. Solil? Grace Solil. It's an honor to be here. I can't wait to get to know all of you. I mutter hellos, but don't give up. Soleil? I mutter hellos and but don't get up. The longer I sit there, the more my head hurts. I want blood. They talk, and it sounds like no one has been a vampire for longer than a half a year or so. So, we're all new vampires. Maybe that's the show's shtick. Like a vampire boot camp for baby bloodsuckers. Stefan. This guy who comes in just kind of looks at everyone with disdain. He's a real beefy and has a shitty vibe. If I didn't have such a headache from wanting blood so badly, I'd get a better read on him. But instead I'm just repeating to myself in my head, gotta feed us soon, they gotta feed us soon, they gotta feed us soon. A long shadow descends to the doorway, followed by some kind of bony giant. Oh. I'm gonna bet that guy's gonna be the biggest sweetheart. They've gotta be at least 7 feet tall and hunched to get into the room. The hood of their shirt is up and their entire face is covered by some kind of mask. Am I the last one here? Oh. Not the eighth to come in. I get it. That's cute. My name is 8. Nice to meet you. I'm right. Yep, I'm right. He's already a wholesome dude for being spooky. The hood and mask make 8 seem kind of intimidating, but their voice is friendly and musical. Everyone seems to be scared of them. They seem nice, but I'm too busy with my headache to say hey. Alright, can somebody give me a clean? I wonder what we're all doing here. I wonder what we're all doing here. The director gives a thumbs up. He's right to. Anya sounds very convincing. We're all strangers, right? I've never met any of you before. 8? How long have you been a vampire? A few months, I think. I haven't been really keeping track. We all been turned into vampires within the last year, and now we're in this big mansion full of cameras. I wonder what it all means. The director continues to give us a thumbs up and throughout the exchange. I don't say anything because the only thing I'll contribute is asking where we're going to eat, which I guess I'll probably have to ask soon. What it means, what it all means. What a question. Sorry. A voice booms into the room from no apparent source. You wake wretched newborns. Newborn vampires have gathered here before only one reason. You're being given a chance to prove yourselves to save your miserable afterlives in a game of manipulation and strategy. Welcome to Fledgling Manor, streaming only on Drac Plus. Hello, my name... Oh god, do I want to continue with this voice for him? Or do I want to sound like a little nerd? My name is Nico, and I'm your judicially appointed host for this season. And what a season it is! Judicially appointed? What does that mean? And what did he say we're playing to win? Nico strides into the room wearing a big fur coat and no shirt. And all I can think is, now that is a vampire. I wonder if he always dresses like this, or if production gave him the outfit. I wonder if we'll get a cool outfit too. Then I remember how hungry I am and I raise my hand like we're at school. Before I can feel embarrassed about it, more than half the other contestants also raise their hands. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, which will be answered in due time. The most pressing question, however, will be answered right now. Nico finishes off his sentence with a dramatic flair, and that also feels sarcastic, like he's making fun of this whole thing. You're probably wondering, when do we eat? They take us to a ballroom with floor to ceiling, with glass windows and a million chandeliers. But more importantly, a human heartbeat. Fuck, I feel... Fledgling vampires have a difficult time. I can't focus on what Nico's reading off the producer's cue cards. I can't even really see the figure sitting in the middle of the ballroom, but I can hear them. I can kind of smell them. 2 heartbeats, all red and juicy and alive. To test your self-control, you must wait. It's like I can feel their body heats already from this distance. And the last contestant to refrain will win if they weren't surrounded by big scary looking bodyguards. I'll just run over and take a bite, but Nico said the word wait at some point, which means you probably have to wait for something. I tear my eyes away from the 2 living human beings throbbing and pulsing in the middle of the room to look around me. Stefan is smirking, still a bit disdainful. Anya's grimacing. I can't tell what's happening behind 8's mask. Tay is gritting his teeth. Jason has got on the ground and started doing crunches. I don't remember what the other 2 are named, but one of them, the younger one, dashes over and takes a bite. Once the smell of fresh blood hits the air, I'm right behind her. There's no way to put into words what it's like. Maybe someone could do it, but I'm not that someone. An orgasm would be the obvious comparison, and probably the closest thing, but fuck, the blood is better. It's way better. I'm the guy drinking from his black hood. The guy I'm drinking from has a black hoodie on, and looks like the kind of guy I'd see at a shows in Buffalo. Buffalo and Rochester. So we're in New York, and specifically Western New York, which, by the way, is my area of residence. I live in the Buffalo-Rochester area. So me pausing there sorry, that was a bit of whiplash. Oh, Jesus. Shit, dog, I need to... Who are these producers? Hold on, I gotta look at the people who made this game. Ah, this is their only game. Oh, jeez. Pixie... Pixie, did you know this? Did you know this? Oh, jeez. Maybe he is. Must feel good for him too, because he's craning into my mouth and moaning. Okay, that's enough. One of the big bodyguards pulls me off the hoodie guy and sits me in a chair like I'm as light as a doll. All I can do is lick my lips and slump happily in my seat. I feel fucking amazing. I close my eyes for a moment. And Anya is down. Now's a standoff between Stefan and Jason. Who will be the last to fall? Alright, we're on a TV show. I forgot what voice I was doing for him. Alright, we're on a TV show. The host said we're competing for something. A prize. The last remaining person will win. I can do this all day! 100! 101! 102! Jason's still doing crunches on the floor. Stefan is just standing there smirking, puffing out little laughs of derisium. I don't know that word. We're learning a new word today. Let's see.
Derision.
Harsh mockery or scorn. Contemptuous laughter. Just standing there smirking, puffing out little laughs of desertion occasionally. It looks easy for him. When I look around, I see that Tay is furiously trying to scrub the blood off his face with the little makeup wipes he keeps pulling out of a pack in his pocket. Grace, the older woman, is chatting with the producer. Lila, the one who was first to break, collapsed over 2 chairs, still getting her bearings back. 8 finishes drinking and stumbles over to the rest of us, securing their mask on their face and giggling. Fuck, I should have been paying closer attention. Could have looked under there and seen what they looked like. Anya's the only one still drinking. The host, Nico, had said she just caved. The bodyguard had to drag me off the hoodie guy, but Anya doesn't need any help stopping. She pulls away from the human girl of her own accord. She wipes her mouth with the back of one hand and strokes the girl's face with the other.
Oh.
She sits down next to me, grinning. Feeling better? I'm feeling great. Me too. She leans back and hums a sigh of contentment. Who do you think's gonna win? Oh, Stefan's got this for sure. You think? Yeah, Jason's all show. Look how desperately he's doing those crunches. Stefan definitely looks more relaxed. Totally. Jason seems like someone who'd really want to win that prize, especially the first one. It makes a statement. I don't know. When the first thing out of your bag of tricks is a life hack that incels use to stop jacking off, I'm not impressed. She has a nice laugh. I can see the blood staining her teeth when she smiles. He's hot though, objectively, in some kind of an annoying way. Not my type. What about Stefan? Yeah, no. He doesn't seem very fun. I think Stefan is your type, though. We flirt and gossip and make little jokes for the rest of the competition. It's nice to have made a friend. What's more is, I don't know the last time I felt so relaxed. Fuck! Jason seems to have crunched his way to the middle of the room. Watching him curse in despair before he gives in and takes a bite of the same girl Anya was drinking from. It appears the winner of this very first challenge is Stefan, who wins immunity from tomorrow's night's calling. You may vote on which fledgling will be called. You may present the arguments to the Fledgling Council, but you are in no danger of being voted out. You also win a... Nico squints to see the cue card better and rolls his eyes. You also win a hand-carved maple casket with a premium satin and memory foam lining to make sure you always get a good day's rest, courtesy of Cushing Casket Co. Lead us back out of the room. Apparently, that space is only supposed to be used for games and challenges. I can't help but to picture those crazy obstacle courses you see on reality competition shows. Vampires think slime is fun. Any production coordinator starts talking at a production coordinator starts talking at us through one of those cones cheerleaders use. All right, listen up, everybody. The rest of your night is free time. We're gonna follow you with cameras and we're gonna be following you with your cameras and actions, getting your interactions. If you want more blood, there's bags in the kitchen. Excuse me, can we leave? Great question, Lilia. No, contestants cannot leave the premises until the show has wrapped. What about going outside? What about going outside for a good run? You're free to wander the grounds, but you need to be back in an hour before sunrise. You'll find an ink and paper in your rooms to select nominees for elimination tomorrow night. What's to stop us from just leaving? Do you have a map and compass with you? Do you know where we are? I can tell you right now, we're in upstate New York in the middle of a heavy wooded area. So the Adirondacks. I feel like you picked this game to call me out, Pixie. I know you didn't, but it's just wild to me playing a game that is in the general vicinity of where I live, or takes place in the general vicinity of where I live. If it just take off, there's a 99% chance you get lost in the woods and you wander around till the sun comes up and burns you to a crisp. So no leaving. No leaving. Well, that's alarming. The 1% chance of escape kind of nags at me from the back of my mind. What should I be doing? I think back again to the shows I watched with my grandma. They weren't getting voted out of the house by the other fledglings. I have to get to know these people and get them to like me. An alliance would be good if people want to do alliances, but I also shouldn't look too thirsty to join one. Okay. Basic strategy comes back to me pretty easily. Maybe being a vampire has made my memory better. Or not smoking weed has made my memory better. Unclear. But yeah, you gradually want to ally with people who will help you get through all the challenges. Challenges will last a long time in a game. The game aren't going to betray you and will be a little bit less likable than you in case you make it to a situation where there's a fan vote. Okay, that sounds easy. Tay heads towards the kitchen. Stefan, Jason, and that weird quiet girl go back to sitting in the room. Go back to the sitting room where we all made our introductions. Grace approaches Anya and talks with her. What I can overhear sounds super duper boring. Eight must have disappeared at some point. I can't see them anywhere. The first choice. I just want to cool down and process what's happened so far. I head to the sitting room to sit for a while. Stefan, Jason, and Lila are already there. Lila's curled up in a love seat, and Jason and Stefan are still going at it. Give each other these little playful shoves on the couch. They barely seem to notice she's there. But look who it is. What do you say your name was? Robbie? It's Rocky, actually. Rocky! Rock and roll! The Rocketeer! The Rocketeer? That's a new one. Oh man, you never seen The Rocketeer? Maybe we can watch it later. Sweet flick, dude. Uh-huh. Noted. There's jetpack and Nazis and plane races and shit. I still have no idea what he's talking about. Alright, settle down. We're gonna scare him off. Little thing like him, he's little thing like him, he's flighty, fragile. I guess he barely knows what's even going on. How do you know that? Am I that obvious? What makes you say that? Stefan smiles at me. It's a predator smile, frightening and alluring at the same time. Saw how quick you went for that guy's throat? No self-control, like an animal. Kind of endearing. That's what we are, after all. Predators. Isn't that right, Lilia? She turns away, a pained look on her face. Oh, don't be like that. I saw you. Saw how much you enjoyed it. That's good. It's natural. I'm not like you. Are you sure? Sure you are. You just haven't admitted it yet. Let me guess. Turned against your will? You don't know me. Maybe not, but the sooner you realize what you are, the better. Just some free advice. What about you, Rocky? How do you feel about what you've become? I'm not sure yet. I don't know. Your maker didn't tell you much about all this, did they? Yeah, he's either going to be the douchey villain or the compassionate... or some kind of compassionate. Your maker didn't tell you much about this day, did they? I don't actually know who they are. No shit. What'd they do? Turn you and dump you on the show? Oh my god, seriously. This is just like in season 2 when they revealed that Griselda and Thomas had the same maker. He's at least the villain of the episode, yeah. You've seen the show before? Of course I have. I'm a huge fan. I didn't think I was trying so hard to get on it. Are you insane? Why would you volunteer for something like this? Because the winner of Fledgling Manor is a huge celebrity, duh. Becomes a huge celebrity, duh. And plus, I know I'm going to win. I found the voice for Jason. I just gotta go, dude, bruh. We got no dude bros here, and he's like, oh, dude. He may not be a surfer bro, but he's at least like fitness bro. Didn't you lose the first challenge? On purpose, of course. Why would you do that? To create a compelling narrative, obviously. People don't want to see someone who's a winner from day one. They want rivalries, surprise twist, comebacks. He's obviously put a lot of thought into this. What about you, Stefan? Have you seen Fledgling Manor before? He rolls his eyes, crossing his arms, and he leans back into the couch. Now, why would I waste my time watching some insipid little show? I've got better things to do. Like what, dude? Stefan gets this manic gleam in his eyes as he turns to Jason. Hunting, learning, building my domain. Your domain? That's right. Don't you get it, Jason? I'm not interested in showing off to you, the elders, or anyone else. You're still thinking like a human. I'm beyond that. Stefan clearly isn't fucking around. Jason's speechless. He shakes it off, trying to act like it hasn't gotten to him. Whatever, dude. Good luck building the domain when you're a char-boiled skeleton and I'm the toast of society. What do you mean? He means that only one of us is walking out of here. What? That's right, Rocket Man! Any vamp that's eliminated? Draws a finger across his neck, flopping his tongue out of his mouth. But how can they make us do this? Because vampires are six soulless creatures. Wrong person. Oh, poor Lilia. Forced to become something better than a human. And now forced to participate in a competition she has no hope of winning. Lilia shoots him a hurt, frightened look before she quickly turns away. Wait a minute, Jason. You knew about this when you volunteered? Of course I did. I'm the first person to sign up voluntarily in the history of Fledgling Manor. Why would you do that? It's like I said, Jabberwocky. I know I can win, when I do, I'll be a star. That's clearly important to him. I wonder who he was before he was turned. He talks to one of those younger guys. Talks like one of those guys you see on Instagram, hawking supplements and self-improvement courses. You know, people are going to be gunning for you, Jason. Both Jason and Stefan turn their gaze to Lilia in her chair. She bites her lip, and she's trying to figure out how to phrase what she's about to say. You too, Stefan. She's not wrong. If anything, like the reality shows I've seen, People want to get rid of the strongest competition as soon as possible. So what? I know I can take him. Lilia shakes her head. Not if they vote you out tomorrow. Are you proposing something, Lilia? Maybe. Are you suggesting we form an alliance? I just thought... Oh yeah, alliance time! We could vote out, I don't know, Grace or someone. She might be the only person here more irritating than you. Excuse me. She might be the only person here more irritating than you. Fine, I'm in. The idea of voting out someone to be executed doesn't feel great. But it's them or me. Alright, Jason, Stefan, and Lilia, the first alliance of this season of Fledgling Manor. Oh, shit. Jason, what about Rocky? No, hold on. Jason, what about Rocky? What about him? No offense, Rocky and Bullwinkle. If Rocky's involved too, then we'll have 4 people. I saw Grace, Anya, and Tay go off into the kitchen together. Even if they team up, they have the votes to beat. We'll have the votes to beat them. What about that other one? What about that other one? 8. That weirdo loner? No way. They're a threat, dude. All right then. Welcome to the alliance, Rocky. Hold on. What exactly are you bringing to this group besides a cold body? I've watched a lot of reality shows. I watch a lot of reality shows. I know strategy and that kind of thing. Well, it'll have to do for now. I'm glad that's settled. I'll see you all tomorrow night. Leaving so soon? It's still early. I'd like to take a look around the house. Alone. Suit yourself. Stefan? Rocky? I'm still young. Oh, right. It was, Lilia growing around. Okay, my bad. Stefan lifts himself from the couch, cracking his neck. Actually, I think I'll be heading back to my room. He flashes a little faint smile at Jason. Break in my new coffin. Sure, rub it in, dude. Don't forget we have an alliance. Stefan waves vaguely as he leaves the room. Well, Rocky, looks like it's just you and me. Just like that, I'm locked into a one-on-one conversation with Jason. Well, it's less a conversation, more him telling me all about his strategy, struggles, and philosophy. But what's really hard for me was when I realized I couldn't get gains anymore. Yeah, I bet. This goes on for what seems like forever. I don't even know if I don't even have a phone to look at. And you can't exactly make it into Hollywood if you can't go during the day, you know? Sure, yeah. Finally, I've had enough. But I always had to face adversity. Have you read Marcus Aurelius? You got it, dude. I haven't, no. You know what? I'm gonna see if they have a copy in the library. Library? Sure, big house like this gotta have a library, right? One with one of those ladders on wheels. Oh, sure, you want me to come or... Shit, this guy can't take a hint. And dude, you think they want to see you reading? You've got to get more scenes in with the other contestants. Maybe swim some laps to show off that physique. I have no idea who that is. He brightens up immediately at that. You're so right, man. I'll see you later. I'm gonna go track down that little Christian dude. I think I recognize him from YouTube. Sorry, Tay. I head back to my room, only to find out that the tape player and stool are gone, replaced by a desk with some stationery and a pen. Right, the director said something about nominating people for the elimination vote. You generally want to go with the flow early on and vote out either a person everyone likes the least, or get everyone to vote out someone who's a big competition. There's one sheet of paper with a list of competitors. I think back on my night so far and scroll down the list of names. Anya. I like Anya. Everyone seems to like Anya. No one's voting for Anya, so it'd be like throwing away my vote. 8? Nah, 8 seems pretty cool, because they don't seem to have any friends yet. And they could be another vote on my alliance's side. Grace, the older lady with glasses who keeps talking about her experience in leadership or whatever. Hadn't Jason suggested we vote her out? Ah, the Stoicism philosopher. Jason, obnoxious, check. Competitive, check. Kinda hot, check. In my alliance, check. I'll stick with him from now. Elia, she's quiet and was the first person out during the challenge tonight, but she also seems pretty smart and strategic. And in my alliance, not Elia. Rocky, and that's me. Fuck, I hope no one nominates me. I think I'm in a pretty good place, though. Got an alliance, plus Anya and I hung out a little during the challenge tonight. I should really try to win immunity next time, though. It's stressful. Stefan's name's already crossed out because he has immunity, and he gets to sleep in a comfy coffin today. He's in my alliance regardless, so it'd be a dick move. Tay, sounds like he's in an alliance now with Grace and Anya, but I don't think he's much of a threat otherwise. Choice is clear. Sorry, Grace. I circle Grace's name dramatically and show it to the camera before putting it in an envelope and leaving it on the desk. Some of my fellow contestants are kind of hot. They're called deadweight, but still. And that reminds me, can vampires fuck? I can't believe they took away my tape before I could get to side B. I bet that's what was on there. It's pretty obvious that, there's a pretty obvious way to figure out my sex question, but they've mounted a camera on the room that follows me when I pace around. Am I supposed to feel worse about this vampire thing? I am, right? I definitely am. Maybe being a vampire changes things like that, and now I'm just a cool guy who can't feel bad. Maybe I'm just in pure survival mode, and it'll catch up with me when this is all over. I'll get executed before I get the chance to feel bad again. That'd be a sick silver lining. I wave to the camera and lie down on the floor. Good morning. Sleep well. Don't forget to buy my album when this is all over. I close my eyes and sleep comes easily. I wake up next night on a cold hard floor of a dungeon, and I am still a vampire. The envelope on my desk is gone. Someone must have come in when I was sleeping and collected it. I always was a light sleeper, so this spooks me a little. What are you guys doing in here while I'm asleep? What about privacy? Sheesh. There's not much downtime in this show. They want us back in the ballroom pretty much immediately after sundown. They've arranged the chairs in a circle in the center of the dance floor, and there are a lot of cameras. It seems unreasonable that they need this many cameras to film us sitting in a circle. The chairs have names on cards in them, and I find mine between Jason and Grace. Welcome back, Fledglings. Oh, I shall do a Dracula accent. Welcome back, Fledglings. How did you sleep? Back the dead, Nico. Jason snaps and gives Nico the double finger guns. Stefan, did you enjoy your prize? Sure. PA holds up the cue card for Nico to read. And now we begin our very first fledgling council. Two of you have been nominated by the others for elimination. Whether their choice is strategic or simply a case of bad personalities. Convince your fellow fledglings to keep you around, and you may have a chance of finding out. Another PA hands Nico a big envelope, and like the kind they open at award shows. Our nominees for the first calling are Grace and Jason. Woo, not me. Didn't think I'd be nominated, but still, that's a relief. I see a similar relief on the faces of those around me. Except Stefan, who didn't have any reason to be anxious in the first place, and the two nominees. Grace and Jason are sitting on either side of me, and judging from their tense postures, I guess they're pretty nervous right about now. Jason, Grace, you will now have the chance to make your case to save yourselves from imminent execution. After that, you may all discuss and ask questions before privately casting your final votes. They flip a coin to determine who makes their case. Grace wins, opting to go last. Jason fusses his leather jacket to look maximally cool as he stands up and then addresses us. I had a feeling this might happen. I get it. You see the big, smart, strong, charming guy and you think, that dude's a threat. But in the short time here, I made connections with almost all of you. And now you're, and you know in your hearts I'm worth keeping around. He goes around in a circle and addresses everyone. Anya, what's up, beautiful? You were the one of the first fledglings I met here. And don't think I didn't see you in that challenge last night, girl. Here's something else. You're a serious competitor, and I'd love to get to know you better. Tay, my man. I had such a good time talking to you last night about content creation and social media strategy. You're a great guy. Hey, we didn't get much of a chance to know each other yet. That's on me. I'd love to talk to get your story and see what you're all about. Stefan, my boy! I love you, dude. If we were allowed to leave this show alive, I'd say I'd made a friend for I'd say I'd made a friend for life in you, brother. I just want to go head to head with you in more of these challenges, because to be the best, you gotta beat the best. Rocky Balboa, Rockman, Schoolhouse Rock. You were the first buddy in this house, and that means so much to me. You're a guy who gets it. I know we can have some more good talks together, man. And finally, Lilia. If there's one thing I could do before one of us dies, it's help you come out of your shell and reach your full potential, girl. Maybe kiss a little. I don't know. Just joking. Besides, I respect women enough to kid around with women. In fact, I respect all of you enough to kid around with all of you. If you know how to try to get to know you. Just because our hearts aren't beating anymore doesn't mean we can't do a little heart to heart. Lastly, in conclusion, you don't know if you're gonna need some muscle for a big physical team challenge, so it's bad stretch to get rid of me now. Jason sits down looking confident and turns to me with a big smile. He claps me on the shoulder and goes back to shooting that same big smile at everyone else. As for everyone else, they seem pretty uncomfortable. But Jason's kind of endearing. He really did go to talk to everyone. It seems like, except 8. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason. No, Grace, the floor is yours. Grace stands up and coolly smooths out her clothes before plastering a big fake smile on her face. Good evening, everyone. I spoke with most of you, but I wanted to take this time to tell you a little more about myself. This whole mood shifts when we realize we're Grace's captive audience. She's got the kind of smile HR gives you right before you get bad news, like you're getting laid off or got caught jerking off in the bathroom on your 15-minute break. The tone of voice says, no one's getting a bonus this year. It says, if you can lean, you can clean. I look around and realize she's already lost everyone on vibes alone. It makes me feel kind of bad for her, until she looks right at me and starts talking again. My history of corporate leadership makes me the clear choice for who you should keep around. My leadership didn't begin when I entered into this the corporate world. I've been an entrepreneur since I was... Everyone's eyes glaze over. I'm out. I can't do it. There's no way I can listen to this. Grace drones on and on and on, and I see someone, cameraman yawning. Hey, yo. When do I cut her off? You don't. There's no time limit. So I just have to sit here and wait? Welcome to the show. The only person who seems happy during all this is Jason, weirdly enough. He leans back in his chair and looking up at Grace like she's giving him a present. At one point, he even puts his hand on my knee and gives a friendly squeeze, like he's a little too excited to sit still. Grace talks about herself for almost an hour, and it's torture. It's actual torture. Not a single person is going to vote to keep her now. When I nominated Grace last night, I had no idea she'd be this bad. It's great for my alliance, but I still have to sit here and hear it all. Who was it who mentioned voting for Grace? Was it that Jason? The idea that he masterminded this whole thing makes me kind of respect him. By the time Grace has finished, everyone looks at their like their soul has been sucked out of them. Nico shuffles back on the floor with much less verve than he had before. Well, thank you, I guess, Grace. That was, well, it's over. He winces. Does anyone have any questions or discussion? We all wordlessly shake our heads. What? Grace looks surprised. That's our mercy. Alright, let's vote. We all go one by one into a curtained-off area in the ballroom. Inside there's an antique desk, a red candle, and other pieces of paper, a knife, and a little gold thing. The names Grace and Jason are written on the paper in Gothic calligraphy. I look to a PA and ask what I'm supposed to do. Okay, so you want to gotta cut your thumb with the knife and put your thumb down. Okay, so you're gonna want to cut your thumb with the knife and put your thumbprint down next to the fledgling you want to be executed. Make sure the camera sees it, then fold it, seal it with wax, and then drop it into the basket. Hey, Wisp. I'm assuming you've played this game, Wisp. He points to the floor where there's an old basket. Okay, I'll try to remember all that. Seriously? No reaction to the basket. Oh, I gotta say the basket again. It looks really old and kinda gross. There's some stains on it, but it's clear the PA wants me to get impressed. Oh, well, yeah, great basket, cool. That's Robespierre's head basket, kid. Who? Ugh, never mind. I vote Grace, obviously. Everyone else is voting for Grace, and you know I have to vote with the group and early on in these shows. The cameraman is right on top of me, shooting over my shoulder as I thrust my thumb down next to Grace's name. Sorry, Grace, but you dug your own grave tonight. The PA does end up having to show me how to use the wax sealing. He also seems to hate me permanently for not knowing about his friend with the basket. Snezhnaya is right now. You can log in right now. Once everyone's back in their seats, and the makeup artist has touched up Nico, the cameras start rolling again. Nico stands up in front of us and begins to speak. Blood has been spilt. Now the votes will be tallied. One fledgling shall be called this night. He reaches into the basket and opens up the ballots one by one. Wisp, I literally logged in before starting this, and logged in, and was able to view everything. In fact, I accidentally almost started the main story quest. 1 vote to call Cole Grace. 1 vote to call Jason. 2 votes to call Grace. Another vote to call Grace. That's 3. 4 votes to call Grace. And 5 votes to Grace. That's it. 5 out of 8. Grace looks stunned. Nico keeps going, continuing to count every ballot. 6 votes to call Grace. And the fledgling has... And the cold fledgling, by a vote of 7 to 1, is Grace Soleil. Wow. She looks at Anya and Tay with disgust. Apologies, child, but your time has come. Grace looks at all of us. I loved being alive, and was really trying to make the best of being a vampire. You're all snakes. Actually, we're bats. Thank you very much. She follows Nico out of the circle. Hogging the mic in the council is classic. Classic Fledgling Manor misstep. But that may be the worst fumble of a defense I've ever seen in any season. Including the seasons of De Jean. Save it, Jason. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. We're let out into the courtyard. What's happening now? We'll wait for a few minutes for the crew to set up their cameras and lights outside. Yeah, exactly. Their presence makes it feel so surreal, like maybe this isn't really happening. Oh, hello, Executioner! Grace walks out and stands in front of us, flanked by Nico and someone I don't recognize. The third vampire is much smaller than Nico, and her face is covered by a studded mask. Looks kind of like something Kanye used to wear before he went off the deep end. Or during, I guess. She's holding a... That dates how recent this game is. She's holding a deadly-looking curved sword. Wait, they're not gonna make us... Wretched fledglings. Meet the Executioner! Executioner, wretched fledglings. You have casted your vote. You have decided among you which will meet their ultimate demise. And now you will watch as your will is carried out. I don't want to see this. What a shame. Attendance is mandatory. No way. You have to watch her die? That's okay, Tay. It'll be over quick. You're talking. Oh, you're all talking like you've never seen someone die before. I haven't. That's so. Then take a good look. Leave me alone, Stefan. You watch too, Anya. You might learn something. There's nothing good to learn from this. On the contrary, we're about to watch something die that thought it was immortal. Personally, I find it fascinating. The silence. I'll start into shutting up. Nico gets this big, sick grin on his face. I've always wanted to do that. Now, Executioner, if you please. The Executioner forces Grace down onto her knees. She brings the sword up above her head and steel glinting in the moonlight. I wanted to look away. I'd give anything to look away, but I can't. Into Grace's expecting eyes to see, I don't know what I'm expecting to see, fear and hatred maybe? But I don't see anything. Grace looks out of it, barely present. Maybe this experience has broken her will. The sword comes down like a guillotine blade and severs Grace's head from her shoulders. Her body collapses forward and her head rolls across the flagstones. I'm terrified that it won't stop. It'll keep rolling until it bumps into my feet. But the body and the head that just moments ago used to be Grace instantly dissolves into dust. I feel like I'm gonna be sick. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. One fledgling falls, 7 remain. Lilia's turned away. Tay looks like he might cry. Anya's tried to comfort him. 8 lurks behind them, shaking their head. Even Jason seems like he's trying to act somber. Only Stefan seems unfazed. He's just standing there, the barest hint of a smile. I don't know what to think. You all saw that, didn't you? Remember, next time, it could be you. Julia's practically in tears. Shut up. Shut up, Stefan. Why are you like this? Yeah, come on, dude. That's uncalled for. Listen up. That includes you, Rocky. The quicker you learn to be like me, the longer you're gonna live. This is so fucked. Everyone files back into the house. Yeah, I told you. I'm not even I'm not lying to you. You can go back to earlier into the stream and see that we were logged into Genshin. I could have pulled on Odette. Everyone files back into the house. I just watched someone die. I mean, she was already dead, but now she's gone. Grace Soleil will never again give an irritating speech about synergy. Yeah, she was annoying, and I probably never would have hung out with her while I was alive. But I didn't want her to die. I don't want anyone here to die. Those are the rules, though. I guess it didn't really sink until I saw it happen. I need to get out of here. What did they say yesterday? We're in the middle of nowhere, but there aren't a lot of guards or anything. I don't know where I am. I don't have a phone. If I don't find a shelter before daybreak, I'll burn to a crisp. Still, I'm starting to weigh my odds. If I stick around, I only got 1 in 7 chance of making it out alive. Actually, let's be real. It's probably a lot lower than that. I'm pretty sure everyone here has a lot more experience as a vampire than me. What are the chances I'll be able to win any challenges? And again, maybe I can coast by on my natural charm and total lack of threat profile. Yeah, right. I don't want to die, but it's not just that. The idea of voting for anyone else here to be killed really freaks me out. Maybe I should just go for it. See, the logic part of my brain knows that you're always within 40 miles or 40 hours. You're always within... I'm gonna guess that this is an immediate bad end thing. Yeah, that's probably a bad... It's a bad ending. It's not worth it. Burning to death at dawn on my own doesn't sound like a great way to go. If I'm gonna die, I'd rather spend my last few nights around other people. Anyway, there's a chance I could win. Everyone loves an underdog, right? Well, see, I guess. I'm so lost in my thoughts that I nearly stumbled into someone. I look up and it's Stefan. His expression shifts from an instant from stony to gleeful. It's fucked up. He seems like a fucked up guy. Enjoy the show? I just want to go back to my room, man. What are you going to do there? Sulk? Try to think of a way out of here? There's only two ways out of this, and only one where you come out alive. That's right. I should be saving on every choice. Listen, Stefan, what's your problem? We just saw someone die. I mean, we barely knew her, and she was pretty irritating. But doesn't that affect you at all? He pauses for a moment, like he's surprised by the question. No, it doesn't. Are you serious? Deadly. Were you always like this, or did becoming a vampire just make you an asshole? You think I'm an asshole, huh? The way he asks, I'm worried he might actually swing at me. Well, you're acting like one. None of us really know what's going on. Except Jason, I guess. We're just trying to process the best we can. Not helping with the psycho act. I don't know if you're trying to scare us or throw us off with our game or what, but, can you cool it even a little? He just stares at me for a moment, then cracks a wide, terrifying smile. I'm not trying to throw you off your game, Rocky. I'm trying to help you. What? I'm trying to help all of you. I don't know who you were or where you came from, but guess what? I don't care either, because that person is dead. You're no longer a human being, and you need to stop acting like one. Grace is dead? What are you gonna do about it? Cry? You can't even produce tears anymore. You're a walking corpse. Sucks to think about it that way, but I guess he's right. You barely know what you are or what's going on. That's a tough break. But if you think I'm bad, then you have no idea what's waiting for you out there. On the slim chance you win this thing, other vampires far worse than me will eat you alive. If I wanted to undermine you, throw you off, do you know what I'd be doing? I'd be saying, don't worry, Rocky, everything will be fine. We'll find a way out of here. Fuck. I'd be giving you false hope. But it's like I told Jason earlier. I'm not here to play. I have no interest in degenerate games of the elders. Degenerate games of the elders. I don't intend on being decapitated for their amusement, but I'm not going out of my way to entertain them either. What do you mean, degenerate games? That's what this is, after all. It gets boring living for an eternity, or so I've heard. So it has devised little spectacles, ways of passing time. There were others before Fledgling Manors, and there will be others after it. But for now, this is how they get their kicks, by watching a bunch of newly turned vampires struggle and scheme to keep their immortal lives. They've been around so long, they've forgotten what it means to be one of us. And what does that mean? It means the thrill of the hunt. It means reveling in the taking of lesser life to sustain your own. It means meat and bone and blood. Jesus Christ, I don't know if I should be scared or turned on. You're really into all this, huh? He laughs. A single bark that seems to echo through the halls. Yes, I am. It's in your interest to find a way to get in touch with all of this, too. Nothing good comes from fighting your nature. He slams one hand onto the wall next to my head, looking down into my eyes. He's got at least a foot of height on me. Pursuing your primal lusts, overcoming your prey. These are the things that make existence worthwhile. Starting to sound like fucking Mafty. Fucking are our souls being weighed down by gravity or some shit? God. Actually, no, it sounds like the opposite of Mafty. Sorry, stretching. Pursuing your primal lusts? Nah, that's not Mafty. Mafty is, suppressing your primal lusts. Overcoming your prey, now that is Mafty. I'm making a Gundam reference for those who don't know. Mafty, y'all get the point. Are we still talking about being a vampire? He flashes his teeth at me cruelly. Good night, Rocky. Don't shed any bloody tears over the dead. He leaves without another word. What a fucking psycho. Do I really cry blood now? It was Stefan's little speech, but maybe it's a shock. But I don't know if... but I don't feel like I'm at risk of finding out tonight. I head back to my room. I wish I could smoke some weed or something to calm down. When I realize I'm not even sure if I can smoke weed anymore. Maybe I'll have to have someone else get high, then drink their blood. I think weed ends up in your blood, right? Drugs go in your blood. Drugs go in your blood? I usually do urine test that job, but that's probably because it's easier. I really don't know much about how my body works as a human, and I know less, even less now. I should try to figure out some of this on my own. Good night, whoever's watching. I hope you've enjoyed it so far, you sick fucks. So I've got a feeling I'm of two minds with Stefan. Context is, you, the main character Rocky, get into a car accident. Someone goes to help you. You wake up in a cell, in a dungeon cell, and turns out you're a vampire now. And not only are you a vampire now, you're a vampire on a reality TV show for vampires about vampires that recently just turned into vampires. Anyways, I'm of two minds with Stefan. Stefan is either going to be the one to lead some kind of rebellion, or he's going to be the biggest obstacle. We'll see. Up again. Doesn't feel like waking up like I used to. It's more like I'm coming to life. It's more like Survivor, but vampires. I just become a corpse during the day now? When I was a kid, I used to worry that I died every time I went to sleep. Maybe because I saw this old movie called Dark City too young. Not Hunger Games. Hunger Games is a battle royale. Survivor is more like, oh, a bunch of people are living on an island, and then there are games to, and whoever wins isn't at risk of being eliminated off the island. But now it feels a little more literal. Like I'm completely dead to the world from sun up to sundown. I know someone's been in and out of my room during the day. Servants, maybe? Would I even wake up if someone tried to attack me while I was out? Kind of freaks me out to think about it. I can hear the PAs moving through the house. My senses are much better than they used to be. Guess we're gonna have to. Guess we're gonna have our second challenge tonight. Maybe it'll be something I actually have a shot at winning. I head towards the voices when a PA stops me. He talks into his walkie. I have eyes on Rocky. Huh? We need to film your confessionals and take some photos. So, Rocky, tell me about yourself. It takes hours. I always said I liked cutaway interviews, but the best when I would watch reality shows, but filming these is nothing like that. I don't remember how I felt when I walked in. I don't want to act like I still don't know the stakes of the show. I do it anyways because the lights are so bright I can't leave until I've done it. And they finally release me. I'm herded towards the ballroom. How am I supposed to win a challenge in this state? I haven't felt this shitty since I took the SATs. I lined up and listened to Nico's instructions. I'm not the only one who looks haggard. I bet a bunch of the others had to do the same thing I just did. Even Nico looks like he's tired of playing the host. I wonder if he has to film the little segments too. Fledglings, welcome to your second challenge. Last week we tested your self-control. This week we test your intelligence. Why is he talking about weeks? That was 2 nights ago. I guess the show will air weekly. The challenge is solving some kind of puzzle box. We all get one and it's a race to see who can solve it theirs first. A successful vampire must also be able to outwit their enemies and their prey. That's what Nico tells us anyways. I don't know what happened. Don't know what opening an old box has to do with that. One of the PAs flips around the hourglass to time us. I gotta try to win this thing. I look down at my puzzle box. Reminds me of that movie where those demons show up and rip your skin off if you open the box. And then I get distracted. Distracted. If vampires are real, are demons? Is hell? Was Christianity right this whole time? I don't think vampires can gain or lose weight. Do I have a sword? Did I or have one and it's gone now? There's a lot of existential implications to all this that I haven't had time to think through yet. Fuck. I got so distracted I could barely focus on solving this stupid thing. Finally, I'm startled out of my daze by Nico announcing the winner. Congratulations, Tay. You outwitted the other fledglings. You win immunity for tomorrow's night's coven. You may vote on which fledgling will be called, and you may present arguments to fledgling council, but you are in no danger of being voted out. Looks like Tay managed to do it. Good for him. He also win oh, this is a good one. 1 hour of supervised phone time to use by sunrise. Tay seems to be genuinely excited for that. We all hand in our puzzle boxes. What the hell is the point of this anyways? The first challenge I could kind of understand, but why do we need to be able to solve puzzles? I spot Nico chatting with PA after the challenge scene is over. So are those like ancient artifacts or something? He looks down over his sunglasses at me. They're made of plastic, Rocky. Whatever. Jason looks upset. I'm a little worried about him. He's taken losing both challenges way too hard. I hope aligning myself with him isn't going to be a problem. Stefan isn't peering at everyone really closely. I wonder what information he's getting through his creepy eyes. Fuck, he scared me. Lily always seems pretty down. I have no way of guessing what she's thinking. I wonder if if someone gave her that smiley face shirt as a joke. I don't think I've ever seen her smile once. Damn, Tay, congrats, bro. That's awesome. You really killed it tonight. Thanks. I'm excited to get a phone. Smart. You're thinking to look up past seasons. Maybe pick up some strategy. That's what I would do. No, I'm just gonna catch up with TikTok. This is really dating. Fuck, I lost again. I really wanted to win this one. I'd have got nominated for execution tonight. I can't imagine they would nominate me, but I also can't imagine why they wouldn't. It's also just so arbitrary. Grace lost her life last night because she made the mistake of being super annoying at exactly the wrong moment. Not Grace, but it's also not like I'm gleaming up some gleaming beacon of never being annoying. I have been annoying at the wrong times. I have been tactless in the past. One time I lost a job because I wrote a song called I Want to Murder Everyone I Work With, and people found out about it. I didn't mean it like that, but people misunderstand me a lot, which has me really freaked out. I have to make sure I play smart. Okay, you know the drill. Free time to talk with everyone and, what you wish. As long as we wish to be phoned by a cameraman. Exactly. Everyone disappears. 8 and Tay look like they're heading to the kitchen. Stefan and Lilia's, into a side corridor. Jason mopes out, and Anya follows Jason outside. So I only get 2 options. I would have been tempted to see what... Yeah, Anya's cute. I would have been tempted to see what Lilia and Stefan were talking about, because I don't trust those two alone together. I'm more curious about 8. Well, do we go to Anya and Jason? Or do we go 8 and Tay? Because I'm more curious about 8, actually. Because, like, we really haven't talked with 8 that much. Yeah, let's go with 8. Jason's weird energy is stressing me out. Maybe I made the wrong choice in my initial alliance. I should see what else is out there. Let's do some intel gathering. I walk down to the hallway to the kitchen. Walk down the hallway to the kitchen and work up an appetite with that dumb interview and puzzle. Also a pretty good idea to feed regularly. Never know when they'll starve us again. When I get there, Nia is throwing an empty blood bag into the trash and putting their mask back on. Tay is sipping blood out of another goblet. Congrats on the win, Tay. He gives me a big smile. I don't think I've ever seen him smile so sincerely before. Thanks, Rocky. It was such a relief. Jason seems to be upset with the result. Tay nods. God lays out a path. All we can do is walk it. I don't really understand what that means or what that has to do with being faster at solving puzzles than other people on the reality show for vampires, but I nod anyways. So, what are we thinking tonight? What's the vibe? You're in alliance with Jason, Stefan, and Lilia, correct? Jason announced it loudly the other night. We all heard. Shit, I kind of want to stay with the Alliance because I want to save Lilia. What are we thinking? Stay loyal to our alliance or ditch our alliance? Why don't you trust Tay? Because he's oh yeah, I've been seeing the Patriot game shit. That it's kind of funny. I heard about the kickball, yeah. He's too... I totally get you, Pixie. He definitely seems a bit too... happy. Not so much happy, but... I don't know. I'm gonna stay loyal for now. Too soon to stop my alliance. I have to show at least a bit of loyalty. How will anyone trust me if I all I do is hop from one group to another? Ah, that is true. Sorry, really can't talk about that. Eight and Tay deflate a little. They nod and go quiet. It looks nice out tonight. Do I go very light British voice, or do I just go very light British voice for 8? It looks nice out tonight. It's so awkward now. I fake yawn. Oh, I'm beat. Being on TV is exhausting. Maybe go relax for a while. Yes, keep your you want to keep your energy up. The vibe shift has me terrified. Just to be clear, you're not thinking of nominating me, right? Sorry, I just really can't talk about that. I'm heading back to my room when I run into Stefan in one of the millions of corridors of hallways this place has. Just the lost lamb I was looking for. I'm so glad I found you. I don't like the music change. So glad I found you. Stefan looks like a little taken aback by that. I bet people aren't normally very happy to find him. But so... I was just in the kitchen with Aiden and Tay. They were acting strange. Strange how? They asked me about our alliance, and then totally clammed up when I didn't answer their questions. So weird. He's giving me another one of those creepy smiles. That's also true. I'm gonna be nominated for tomorrow's night's calling. Stefan looks at me closely. He's trying to read my reaction to what he's telling me. With him scrutinizing me on one side and the camera filming us on the other, I feel totally invaded. Do I need to adjust the music or anything? Because for the past couple of games, I've noticed that the bar is slightly higher than my voice, at least in terms of the mixer, audio mixer, but let me know if I need to change it. I feel totally invaded, I have zero privacy of any kind. That's probably why Aiden and Tay were acting so weird. Rolls his eyes, like that's incredibly obvious. Where'd you hear that? Don't worry about where I heard it. Lower it down a little bit. Okay. The others want to get rid of either me or Jason. Okay. How about our alliance? It's time to give up on your childish reality show tactics and start thinking like a predator you are. The alliance is over. When it comes down to the calling me or Jason. Do you know what your choice will be? I'd have to think about it. Why should I keep you around? Stefan scoffs again. This guy loves to scoff. What do you want me to beg you to what? Do you want me to beg you to nominate Jason? Do you want me to make you promises or negotiate something with you? I'm not going to do any of that. So that's your pitch? Your pitch is that you won't work with me. Great. Really. Really impressive. Incredible strategic acumen. Stefan puffs out another one of his little derisive laughs. I wonder if he has any other modes that surely. Excuse me. I wonder if he has any other modes than surly and scoffing. He looks at me like I'm a little worm on the ground. I don't have a pitch. I have an observation. Sure, hit me with it. I'm an asshole, right? I'm unpleasant. I say things that you don't like hearing. I'm uncooperative and rude. You said it, not me. We're monsters, Rocky. We're blood-sucking, immortal predators. Every last one of us is a monster. I guess if you want to put it like that. I don't want to put it like that. It is like that. No one else will say it. Do you wonder why that is? Why no one else will say it? Some are scared. Some are ashamed. Some are so deep in denial about who they are that they're lost in their own delusions. And some, Rocky, some are just lying right to your face. And you're better than them because what? You're more honest? God, no. Well... He considered it for a second and laughed. It's not the mean laugh I heard before. He generally sounds entertained. Honest isn't the word I would have used, but if you want to think of it that way, I guess you can. I don't hide the monster that I am. The rest of them do. Stefan's voice gets low and breathy. He puts a hand on my shoulder and looks into my eyes. So what you need to ask yourself, Rocky, is... What are the rest of them hiding? It's actually a decent argument. At least for Stefan over Jason. I saw Jason's cracks starting to show tonight, and they might made him seem volatile. Having an unpredictable element that in the mix could be rough. I don't remember seeing Jason being volatile. Stefan is predictable in that he'll always choose the shitty thing to say. He'll always opt to save himself over the others. He'll always be a ruthless asshole. I take a step back, and Stefan's hands fell off my shoulder. Okay, you made some good points. I'll give it some thought. He smirks at me. Right? He smirks at me, giving the most obvious once-over I have ever seen. Cool, I guess. I'll see you tomorrow then. Good luck, man. Stefan's still looking at me as I walked away. Back in my room, there's another nomination form. It's basically the same list as the first time, but it feels much heavier this time around. Something twists up inside me when I realize how casually I was talking about this vote all night. I keep forgetting what the stakes are and finding myself having fun. As I read each name, I can't help but to picture them on their knees in the courtyard like Grace. Someone on this list won't exist within 24 hours. Then I have a thought. What if I circle more than one? Or I don't circle any of them? What's that called again? A ruined ballot? Would they just not count it? Or would they be some kind of punishment? I guess I'd be relying on everyone else to do the same. In that case, they'd just kill us all. Still, wouldn't be much of a show. Probably they're just counting on our natural selfishness. I was feeling all hyped on alliances at the start of the night, but after talking to Stefan, it's so clear to me how little of that means anything. Stefan and said he and Jason are going to be the next two nominees, which feels kind of fucked, honestly. It also means probably a need to make new alliances. Who's it going to be? Anya, I think she's safe. She's sort of settling into this mom friend kind of role. Plus, I don't really want to vote for her. 8? Maybe, probably not. They're too nice. I could be getting suckered, but I'd rather be a sucker than a cynical creep. Jason, definitely a possibility. That's not. It's not that I want him to die, but he hasn't made a great case for himself. Lilia, I still don't know much about her. Something about Lilia is a little unsettling, but that's not really enough to push me to nominate her. Rocky, there I am again. I wonder if anyone else is circling my name right now. I hope I've kept a low enough profile that it doesn't come to that. But I guess we'll have to see. Stefan is a possibility, sure. The guy's a genuine psychopath. Tay. Tay-Tay's got immunity, so his name's crossed out. I wish I'd been able to win this challenge, but Tay's at least seems to be a pretty nice dude. Sounds like it's between Jason and Stefan. I think back to my conversation with Stefan about nominating Jason over him. I don't know. Am I convinced? Did Stefan. Uh, Alright, yo. Do we keep Stefan around or. It's like. I feel like if we keep Stefan around, really, you think? Like, in my head, I'm thinking if we keep Stefan around, we might be playing in. Oh, oh, you're talking about save the game. I already did. Because, like, on one hand, I'm thinking. If we. Why didn't my. Why did my camera fucking do that? On one hand, I'm thinking. Vote to eliminate Stefan because it feels like we'd be playing into his hand. It feels like he's trying to psych us out. Like, Wisp, be careful not to spoil me about the Genshin patch. Be careful. Anyways. Um, so yeah, but I'm, I'm, I'm kind of torn, but like, I think we should vote against Stefan. I don't trust Stefan. I trust Stefan as far as I can throw him. Like, I trust Jason more. Of everyone here, I feel the least bad about nominating Stefan. The guy's a freak. He's honest about it, but so what? Nominating Stefan. Circle Stefan's name and show it to the camera. Put it in an envelope and leave it on the desk. Yeah, basically. for another nomination. There'll be another council tomorrow night. And we'll have to watch it happen again. There are moments I wish I... there are moments when I can almost forget what's going on. When I'm chatting with someone and it's like everything is normal for a second. When I see one of the cameras, I remember this all is. Why aren't we all running? Why don't we all work together to fight our way out of this? Fuck. I guess because there's nowhere we could go if we managed to escape. That's probably why this show works in the that's probably why this show works in the first place. Or it's an authority thing. Like those experiments where they got people to shock one another just by wearing a lab coat. I barely know anything about vampire society, but it mostly seems like the human world cranked up to the extreme. I'm sure there are rich psychos out there who would absolutely set up a real life Hunger Games if they could. Hunger Games mention. There you go, Wisp. I mean, look how long for someone to recreate Squid Game. I don't think they actually killed anyone for that, but still. Fucking Christ, when did this game come out? 2024. December 2024. When did... You know what? That does line up. That does line up. Because I remember still watching Nuxtaku while that whole Squid Game drama was happening, and I stopped listening to him around fucking March 2025. So that does line up. Maybe I'm being too generous. Maybe becoming a vampire really does mean losing your soul. That would explain why both the show in the first place and the fact that we're so willing to accept this race was, well, not easy, but the easiest choice. Things are only going to get harder from here. Time for bed. Here we go again. Someone opens my door. Calling times in 15 in the ballroom. You guys should unionize. Very funny. Seriously, how are you already up? PA shakes his head at me. You have no idea, kid. Most of us have been working up for hours. You're the only ones who get to sleep in. I'm dead asleep until I wake up, so I can't imagine how this works. Maybe it's a skill you develop with time. We're back in the ballroom for another round of Decide Who Dies. I wonder if the vampires watching at home will be taking bets on eliminations. If nothing else, killing off everyone who's eliminated probably makes it a lot easier to keep everything secret until the show airs. Maybe Jeff... Probst? I don't know how to pronounce that name. Maybe Jeff Probst should start doing that. Find my name card on the chair between Anya and Tay as everyone else settles in. Time to find out who's up for execution. Welcome back to the Fledgling Council. He seems sweet. Maybe he just ate. Or maybe he just got a note about needing more on-screen energy. Once again, you have nominated two amongst you for eviction. And in Fledgling Manor, there is no housing court to appeal out to after the fact. A PA hands Nico the envelope with this round's nominations on it. We're all anxious for him to get it over with, but just as he starts sliding one of his long nails under the folds, he stops. What are my manners? Tay, did you enjoy your phone time? Seems to be startled by the sudden attention. Oh, that was... Taking a sip. How is Stream Fantasy? Do you prefer fantasy or do you prefer Equinox? Oh, yeah, I caught up with a lot of my favorite TikTokers. Pray Up 2002 went to Korea and made this really great vlog about it, where she met up with the local content creators over there. They did karaoke, she sang Hillsong, and great, that's just great. I'm glad Tay had a nice time on the internet, but I'm thankful that Nico cut him off. Hearing what people's favorite TikTok stars are up to is almost as bad as hearing about their dreams. Well then, without further ado, he slides one nail down the envelope and delicately produces the results of our nominations. Equinox? Good. Okay. Good and good. I'm happy for you. I gotta adjust my tabs. One moment, please. Hup. Hup. Okay. Stefan. I glanced at him, stone cold. He knew this was coming and didn't seem to faze him at all. And Jason. On the other hand, Jason's jaw dropped. Maybe he thought he was in the clear after he dodged the bullet at the first council, but it's not like he's gotten any less Jason-like. As in the first week, we will now open up the council to allow both nominees to speak in their defense. Jason, Stefan, would either of you like to go first? Up to you, big man. Okay, I'll go first. Fine by me. I mean, second. Suit yourself. Jason's clearly sweating. Stefan is, well, he's acting like Stefan, but I don't see how he can be so calm when his life is on the line. Stefan folds his arms and cocks his head back, looking at nobody in particular. We're all waiting for him to launch into his defense of himself. Vote for me if you want. And that's it. Oh, alright, then. Jason, I guess you're up. Something is changing in Jason's expression. The total look of despair has been replaced by a confusion that's rapidly giving way to glee. He thinks Stefan's thrown it, or he just has too much pride in for it to beg for his life. Well, it's hard to complete with a message that's that brief and on point. Well, let me see what I can do. Look, I didn't expect this. I thought last time was just a one-off. But maybe I came on a little too strong and people were responding to that. And that's cool. I hadn't read the room. I didn't know what kind of energy everyone was putting out. But I feel like I've locked into that vibe now. We're clicking, right? You can hear it. Constant clicking, baby. Hey, my dude! My regular Mensa guy over here. Smarter cell man, you can see the benefits of keeping me around, can't you? Haven't you spoken to Stefan? I don't blame you if not. He's creepy as hell. Stefan doesn't even react. Anya, we're in this together, babe. I'm the only one who's seen Fledgling Manor here. If you want someone to who can help you navigate this craziness, that's me. Anya just gives Jason a weak little smile. Hey, Lilia, remember what I said last time? That's still true. I can just tell by looking at you that you've got hidden depths. Lilia clenches her jaw and Jason turns to her. As Jason turns to her, it's clear she just wants him to leave her alone. There's something about you. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's just how quiet you are. But I just know there's more to you than you let on. She seems mortified by the attention. I wonder why. Next, he turns to me. Rocky! Rockefeller Center! Rockapella! Rockapella? Love your style, man. I think we could have a really great dynamic going on moving forward. Maybe you're not totally vibing with me, I get that. But I've got a big presence. But be honest with yourself. If it's me or Stefan that sticks around, which would you prefer? Hey, same goes for you. That's what this comes down to, right? It's not about how much you like me. It's about whether you like me or more than Stefan. And that's what we're deciding here, isn't it? Whether I'm more likable than this psycho who barely opens his mouth except to say some really unhidden shit. Not crazy, right? Stefan's a freak. A genuine, honest-to-God freak. If you saw him on the train, you'd change cars. He's working himself into a sweat, metaphorically speaking. Jason can't stop himself. He's falling into the exact trap that Grace did last time. Stefan didn't give up, and he handed Jason his own noose. Is this your guy? Really? He won't even defend himself, because he doesn't want to live. I do, okay? I want to keep going because I got much more to give. Not just to you all, but the world. Nobody's saying anything. Just seems he might stop for a moment, but then he just starts up again. You like this? The dude doesn't even seem like a person. I thought maybe he was an act before, but now I think this guy might actually be a serial killer. Yeah, he's definitely acting more a lot about himself. He's not wrong, but you could possibly say that most of the contrast on this show. We're vampires after all. Come on, guys, look! We can move fast all this. Vote Stefan out and we can just pretend like none of this ever happened. Okay, that'll be like it was supposed to be. I don't know who's going to come out of this thing on top. Might not be me, but I sure as hell know I don't go out at the second council. You all need me. I'm not that bad to be around either, right? It's cool, it's all cool. You know what you have to do? Just don't be getting this worked up. He's about to sit back down. Oh, Jesus Christ. That makes me crazy to think that Stefan has gotten into your head somehow. Maybe you use some kind of vampire powers. Vampire powers? Some of you. I bet you didn't know. I bet you didn't even know those were a thing. Well, they are. So if you find yourself agreeing with this wolf, you better have to ask yourself, is that you siding with him, or has he gotten to you? You could be doing that. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know, guys. Finally, he seems like he's finally run out of steam. Everyone's quiet while Nico types away on his phone until PA nudges him. Oh, are you done, Jason? Yeah, I'm done. Does anyone want to ask either Stefan or Jason any questions? I do. Everyone turns to Tay and he squirms in his seat a little. Go ahead, Tay. Well, my question is for Stefan. Do you really not have any reason why we shouldn't vote for you? Stefan slowly looks up and makes eye contact with Tay, who fidgets uncomfortably. Stefan, do you want to address that order? I said what I had to say. Oh, gripping stuff. Anyone else? Come on, ask me anything. I'll give you strategies from all the seasons I've seen. I've even seen Dejoling. I'm invaluable. The atmosphere is getting uncomfortable. This isn't like last time. Say what you will about Grace, at least she kept her cool while she yammered at us. Jason's lost it. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to the vault. Someone say something! Just talk to me! I said we'll move on to the vault. One at a time, go into the curtained off area, cast our ballots. Same setup as last time. Desk, candle, paper, knife, seal. I wonder if this kind of thing elder vampires do, or if it's just played up for the show. This time I know the drill. I prick my thumb with the knife, place my thumb next to... Oh, didn't even give me a choice. Sorry, man. We're just coming apart. That's the last thing we need in this unpredictable person house. And the last thing we need is an unpredictable person in the house. Stefan is a psycho, but he's at least a predictable psycho. So far. We march back to the ballroom, and take our seats. Yeah. And take our seats. Jason still looks like a wreck. Blood has been spilt. The blood has been spilt. The votes has been tallied. One fledgling shall be called this night. Nico begins pulling the votes out of the basket and handing them to the by the PA. Stefan pulls out another. Stefan. Jason looks up. Maybe he'll live to see another night after all. He clearly has some supporters here. Or maybe it's like he said, people just dislike him less than Stefan. Jason. He doesn't seem shaken by that. He knew at least one person would be voted for him. Stefan, who seems perfectly unperturbed by all this. Jason. They're tied now. Jason. That's 3 Jason, 2 Stefan. 2 votes left. Stefan. They had to have set it up this way. Down to the last vote, and it's the tiebreaker. Nico slowly turns the paper around to us. Jason. I figured this was coming, but I had no idea what to expect. Based on Jason's performance earlier, I half thought he might try and attack Stefan or something. But he's not doing anything like that. He's just sitting there. Or wait, he's crying. Streaks of blood are streaming down his face as he buries his face in his hands. It wasn't supposed to be like this. This wasn't how it was meant to go. God, this is fucking awful. I was gonna be a star. This was gonna be the thing that changed everything. I was gonna turn my fucking shitty life around. Even Nico looks kind of uncomfortable. Your time has come, child. Jason slowly rises to his feet. Maybe he'll try to make a run for it. Nope, he just lowers his hands and, revealing his crimson-smeared face, looks at all of us blankly, turns to follow Nico outside. Ah, piss. Nobody says a word. They lead us back out to the courtyard again and say, and it's worse now that I know what to expect. We all stand there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Except Stefan, of course, who is fine. Tay in particular looks haggard and fucked up. He looks like he's muttering to himself, but I can't hear a word he's saying. He'll close his eyes and hangs his head. Is he praying? If there is a god, do they accept vampire prayers? There's no way of knowing, I guess. We wait for the cameras and lights to set up. And then we wait some more time. What's taking so long? Impatient for the bloodshed, huh? What the fuck's your problem? Don't let him provoke you, Rocky. Stefan laughs. Would everyone be so down in the dumps if I was the one you were waiting for? We all know the answer. The answer is no. Jason's been friendly with everyone. Fuck, he's even been friendly with Stefan. But we voted for him to die because that's what we have to do on this show. And it sucks, no matter how you look at it, it's terrible. Maybe I'm impatient for the bloodshed to start because the longer we just stand here under the hot lights, the longer I have to think about what we just did. Of all the people who are going to die, of all of these people are going to have to die if I'm going to have to survive this. Look at them. I look at them. Anya, Tay, Lilia, 8, Stefan. I doubt I'll watch them all die, but I'll probably see some of them go. Maybe Grace was the luckiest since she didn't have to see it happen to anyone else. It's easy to muse that to myself, but I'm not about to nominate myself for the chopping block. Damn, can we romance the executioner? Anyways, finally, Nico and the executioner bring Jason out. He looks weird though. Normally Jason stands up really straight. He usually has posture right out of the masculinity meme you might find on your forum, where people have extremely fucked up ideas about gender. But now he's slumped against Nico, his face kind of slacked. Are Nico and the executioner holding him up? Is Jason already dead? Well, technically, yes. But did they already execute him? No, his eyes are open and he looks at us. His gaze just drifts over to Stefan, and then his eyes close again. Did they drug him? I wonder if that's what took so long. I had a feeling he might put up a fight. Jason's a strong guy. It's possible they had to dose him to get him to stop struggling. I think I'm gonna throw up. Jason's eyes open once more, locked onto Stefan. When he speaks, it's soft. I've never heard him speak so softly. See you in the next life, brother. Yeah, buddy. I'll see you in hell. For a split second, Stefan's awful grin looks fond and almost warm, and then it's over. Nico clears his throat. Executioner, it's time. He steps away from Jason, and Jason slumps to the floor. Something looks seriously wrong with him. He's way past even just the crying. They did something to him while we were waiting. I'm sure of it. The executioner gestures to Jason's body, and Nico rolls his eyes. Fine. Nico bends down to grab Jason by the hair and hold him steady. Is this acceptable, executioner? The executioner nods and raises her sword over her head. There's a nasty chop and the sound of and the stump of Jason's neck watches dumbly as its head rolls away before turning into dust. Goodbye, Jason. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. One fledgling falls, 6 remain. Congratulations on making it this far, fledglings. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow night. He stretches his hand out. Executioner. The executioner takes it. And they walk back into the house. Tay seems unsteady on his feet. What did I... Oh my god! Lilia runs to catch him before he falls down. It's okay, Tay. We did the right thing. Tay hangs his head, and she helps him back inside. Stefan scoffs. I don't know if I can take this level of histronics. Another word I don't think I've ever seen. I'm guessing it's supposed to be like hysterical kind of a thing.
Histrionics.
That doesn't sound right. You're such an asshole, Stefan. That's why you kept me, right? You're a disgusting human being. No, I'm not a human being. Neither of you. In fact, none of us are. I'm just the only one willing to admit it. Whatever. I'm going to check on Tay. You should worry less about him and more about yourself. See you later. I'm torn between being pissed off and completely numb. I really want to blame Stefan for this, but we all voted for Jason. I should take responsibility, right? Still, he doesn't exactly make it easy to not be mad at him. The others turn to go. Something freezes me in my track. For a moment, I swear I see something out in the woods. 2 glowing red orbs peering out at me from the trees. I blink and they're gone. Must have been a wolf or something. That or somebody about to start a rebellion, am I right, fellas? Am I right, fellas? We all make our way back into the building, and I get the usual spiel from the production coordinator. I'm totally out of sorts after watching Jason die. Stefan and Anya both head towards the garden. Delia goes back to her room. 8 follows Tay to the kitchen. Well, I wanted to talk with Anya, but Stefan's with her, and I already talked with Tay and Abe. But it also didn't get much from them when I talked to them, so, like... I'm thinking Stefan and Anya. I need some fresh air, so I'll head outside. When I get out to the Guardian, I see Anya and Stefan already talking. Wasn't Anya just yelling at him a few minutes ago? I wonder what they're saying. The closer I get, the more my anger at Stefan grows. Congrats, Stefan, you completely shattered the only guy who really liked you. And now he's been beheaded. Very cool. I don't remember you speaking on Jason's behalf. He cracks a smile, one of those awful smiles at me. I look forward to seeing what you'll do with your scrawny little neck when your scrawny little... I look forward to seeing what you'll do when your scrawny little neck's on the line. I won't do what you did, that's for sure. You can't do what I did. The tragic thing about you, Rocky, is that you do have it in you. But you're still so attached to your mortality that you approach the world like a baby cow, trustingly walking to the slaughterhouse. He looks me up and down. What a waste. My fist moves before I can even think about it, connecting with Stefan's big stupid square jaw with a crack. Whoa, hey guys, let's... Stefan smiles, his eyes wide. I don't see him move, and then I'm doubled over, his fist funneling into my stomach. It doesn't actually wind me. It's funny. I've been in plenty of fights before, so I just react the way I used to, but I'm not winded. It doesn't really hurt even. Stefan's way bigger than me, weighs a lot more, and probably weighs a lot more. I probably couldn't tackle him, but maybe he's expecting me to not even try. Maybe I could catch him off guard. I charge at him low and knock him off balance, and then we're both on the ground. Stefan shoves me off. We're in part of the garden that was once paved with stone, and what's left pokes out the jagged out of the dirt. He doesn't move fast enough. I climb on top of him and straddling his waist, I punch him again. He tries to buck me off and fails. I've been in plenty of fights, dumbass, especially with guys who are bigger than me. The cameras are all around us. With another one on Anya. This is so stupid. I look up at her. She's got her arms crossed. She rolls her eyes at us like we're a couple of dumb kids. Something hard hits my head. Stefan leers from underneath me and starts swinging again. It's a rock. I realize when it connects with my temple a second time. He must have picked it up from the ground. I survived being stabbed with a sword my first night here. Why am I worrying about a stupid rock? I thread my fingers through Stefan's hair and get a good grip of his head off the ground. Rocky, get off him. This is so unnecessary. I'll stop fighting. Sorry, I dropped something. Sorry about that. Does he look disappointed? Like I said, what a fucking waste. He stands up and walks back into the house. Anya sighs. You can't let him get to you like that. That's what he wants. Stefan just makes me really mad. I can't help it. Of course you can help it. You need to have better self-control, honey. Being called honey. Learn how to ignore provocations so you're not constantly rolling around in the dirt when someone pisses you off. Oh, come on. You make me sound like I'm a wild animal. She pulls a dead leaf out of my hair and holds it up. Yeah, wow, I wonder what would give me that idea. Oh no. I start shaking my hair out and trying to brush all the dirt off myself. Anya laughs. Oh my god, you're so bad at this. Hold still. She combs her fingers through my hair and retrieving tiny leaves and little bits of dead grass. Her hands linger where Stefan hit me with the rock. Did it hurt? Anya's fingers are so cool on my skin. A little. Does it hurt now? Tell the truth. I got stabbed in my stomach with a huge sword my first night being a vampire. A little rock isn't gonna hurt me. Oh, okay, tough guy. She giggles. A sword in the stomach, huh? I'd like to see that. I'm sure a reenactment can be arranged. There are swords all over the place if you want to try impaling me, and try to give impaling me a try. I say that without thinking, but she raises an eyebrow at me. Are you asking me to impale you, Rocky? There's a fake, scandalized, flirtatious lilt to her voice, almost like she's doing an imitation of a Southern belle. I just mean. She laughs. I can't tell if she's laughing about the double meaning of the word or if she's actually really entertained by the thought of stabbing me in the stomach with the sword. Jeez, you're gonna make me blush. She pinches my cheek. You can't blush. You're dead. She takes a few more minutes to brush the dirt and grit off my clothes and pull dead plants out of my hair. She then starts to comb my hair with her fingers, tightening it. I lean into it. I always thought of having my hair played with felt nice, so I stand still and zone out. It's relaxing. I'm kind of disappointed when she drops her hand and nods that her work is complete. So do I look less like a wild animal? Have I achieved person status again? God damn it. Anya tilts her head at me and smiles. Let's say a domesticated animal. A door opens and one of the camera... God, I keep clicking the right click button because my hand's resting. 1 second. You. Door opens and one of the camera pans over to see who comes out. It's Lilia. I've had a really weird night, and the sight of Lilia startles me. I need to get my mind off all this. Does anyone here have a cigarette? I don't smoke, really, but maybe I should start. Not like I have to worry about lung cancer anymore. Lilia and Anya both shake their heads. I look at the camera crew, one of them makes a call on their walkie. How are you feeling, Lilia? She shrugs. I mean, the thing is... Anya nods. We made the right call. About Jason? Yeah, he'd seen every season of the show, right? Including Fledgling. What is that? The Dutch version. Fledgling Manor is based off a Dutch show called Fledgling. And Jason's seen every season of that, too. Did Jason see every season of that, too? I'm still stuck the way Lilia keeps saying Fledgling. Sounds kind of so silly. Probably the same way I'm saying it. It's not... it's good I'm not on that show, because I'd be having the time of my life on that line, and having everyone talk funny in funny words would be a total mindfuck. Yeah, he's an expert. I wonder if every Dutch word sounds that crazy. Are you Dutch? Lilia falters for a second. No, I'm Canadian. I just speak a little Dutch. Weird fucking language. Anya smiles. That's so cool. I would love to speak another language. Have you done a lot of traveling? It's really not a big deal. I know a lot of words in a lot of languages. Dejoling. Wild. Anya ignores me and continues talking to Lilia. How interesting. Why is that? I've done some traveling, yeah, with my family. Oh, that's nice. To Europe? Mostly to Europe, North Africa, Middle East. Wow, what's your favorite word? I've always wanted to go to I always wanted to go to Italy. Isn't Van Helsing Dutch? Is he real? I guess not anymore. That was a long time ago. Lily doesn't say anything. She looks like she has a stomachache. Did you ever go to New Zealand or Utah? Sweetie, are you okay? I wasn't trying to embarrass you or anything. I just think it's really admirable when people have special skills or talents. I hope I didn't upset you. I'm not upset. I just didn't. I did all the traveling with my parents, and they both passed away. So it's sad for me. That's all. Anyway, I think we were right to vote out Jason while we had the chance. Weren't you in an alliance with Jason? You were in an alliance with Grace. Those things aren't set in stone. Oh, that's cold-blooded. She shrugs. I make a note not to trust Lilia. A PA arrives and hands me a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Nice. Time to become a cool smoker. I light up and Lilia wrinkles her nose. I'm gonna go inside. Don't feel bad about Jason. It was the right thing to do. Turns out, since I don't breathe, I have no idea how to smoke a cigarette anymore. I mime the basic motions and hope Anya doesn't notice that I'm actually not smoking it. What a weird night. Anya quirks an eyebrow at me. I guess every night is weird now. She laughs. I'm gonna head in now. See you tomorrow, Rocky. Now that she's gone, I can ask to help with this smoking issue. Can anyone tell you if vampires can smoke? Like, how do I do this? None of them answer me. They just continue to film me like looking stupid. This is gonna be a wild episode for me. I hope they give you a cool edit and not a dumbass edit.
I'm so thirsty.
Taking another sip. I kind of feel like it's going to be a dumbass edit. Okay, follow-up question. Can vampires smoke weed? And one last final follow-up question. Can vampires get high from weed? I was not expecting an answer, and I didn't get one. At least I got a funny line in there. Maybe one of the other Fledgling knows. This would be me as a vampire like, shit, now I can't smoke weed. Fuck. I took the pack and lighter into my pocket for later, just in case, and head inside. Tonight jerked me around in every possible direction. I like some of the people, but I definitely can't trust them. Look what happened to Jason. He was pretty decent to everybody. What really freaks me out is that Grace and Jason were the only two people here more annoying than I am, and now they're both ashes. Does that mean I'm next? Last two nights taught me some. If the last two nights taught me anything, it's that alliances are meaningless. Everyone betrays everyone. There's no guarantee of safety. As sunrise approaches, the exhaustion starts to take hold. One thought comes to my mind. I have to win the next challenge. Well, that makes sense. It's weird. I used to have such vivid dreams. That was one thing I always liked about weed, that it tended to kill them. Now there's no tossing and turning, no nighttime visions. I'm just gone. It's kind of nice, actually. And I remember where I am. Last night, what happened to Jason? Fuck. He didn't deserve that. He was cringy and lame, and insanely annoying, but I don't think any of those were crimes worthy of execution. The more I think about him, the more I feel like I liked him, even though I didn't like him very much when he was actually talking to me. At least he volunteered, I guess. He signed up for the show he could only win by plotting the deaths of 7 other people. Does that make his death less awful somehow? The fact that he signed up for it? I mean, he has that is a good point. He did like he is the first person to voluntarily sign up for this death game. Something about being here is warping me. What really fucks me up is that it's not an unfamiliar feeling. I get up and I'm just pissed. I wish I had my phone or an old MP3 player or something, just so I could listen to some music or my bass. I need to blow off steam. I don't like feeling shame. I think it's one of the dumbest, most pointless emotions. But I feel ashamed right now. Like, now that I'm just cooperating with all this. No, I'm just cooperating with it. I'm not just cooperating with it, I'm getting into the game of it. Or I'm playing to win, or at least to survive. I've participated in the deaths of 2 people. Now I have to get it off this mattress and do it all over again. My door opens and it's another my door opens. It's another PA. How many PAs work on this fucking show? We need you for the interviews, Rocky. I follow him back to the room where they interview us and notice another PA carrying some equipment through a door I haven't seen open before. Looks like there's all kinds of monitors in there. I should come back later and see if I can get inside. Rocky, you seem kinda morose. Can I perk you up a little? No, I hate being here. I hate doing this. That's not true. You've been making great moves. You made a major alliance on your first night here. You're making connections with everyone, and all the other Fledglings think highly of you. You're using your reality TV know-how in a very impressive way. There's no way you hate doing it. You're loving it. I don't love it. That's not what the footage shows. I grit my teeth. I don't love the part where someone dies, okay? That's the part I don't love. But the rest of it, the strategy and the voting and the alliances, you can't tell me you don't love that. I want to tear my microphone off and walk away. So why don't I? Is this what is it just that I want to survive? Or is there something else? You're funny, you're cute, you're down to earth, and you're an expert on these shows. Our audience is gonna fall in love with you, but you seem to meet them halfway. I don't want to kill all these people. You're not killing anyone. This isn't a battle royale. What's that? It's like the original Hunger Games. Don't worry about it. Dated reference. You're not killing anyone. You're saving yourself. That doesn't seem... Listen, I know your maker didn't tell you much, so I can break this down for you. It's somewhere between taboo and illegal to make new vampires. Almost all fledglings who are caught are killed, so they don't have a chance to save themselves. You're lucky. You don't have a chance to, you have a chance to save yourself. And if you'd been discovered by someone else, it ought to be a pile of ash somewhere in Albany. So cheer up. Let's film this fucking interview cutaways, alright? Okay, so that's a bit of lore drop. We talked for a couple of hours. I found myself laughing and joking about other fledglings. This is great, Rocky. We're gonna get you a lot of screen time. Don't worry. By the time I leave, the reality is that someone else got beheaded and turned into dust tomorrow night is at the very back of my mind. When I get to the ballroom for the challenge, I see they install 6 podiums with little screen points and microphones. Screen points and microphones like a game show. We're each directed to stand behind one. Mine has a bunch of old-timey printer paper and printer paper, the kind with holes along the sides and a fat felt-tipped marker. Nico comes in with a stack of little cards, and the camera starts rolling. camera start rolling. Yeah. Welcome, fledglings, to your third challenge, the Fledgling Trivia Game. His voice, when he reads off the cards, is totally different than when he's speaking normally. It's like he's doing a character. We've tested your resolve. We've tested your intelligence. Now it's time to test your powers of observation. We have a lot of material, so let's get right to it. Here's how it works. I'm going to ask you a question, and you will write down the name of the fledgling you think is the answer to that question. All of this season's fledglings are eligible answers, so don't forget our dearly departed Grace and Jason. Time to fist fight! Oh, hell yeah! Hold on, fixing a tab. Okay. I was gonna think of a way we could, I don't know, roll to hit, I don't know. Well, I mean, he's anorexic, probably. He's a vampire. Bye-bye. The contestants with the most correct answers wins immunity. Is there another prize this time, like the coffin or the phone? There is another prize, and that prize is a surprise. Nico's face falls the second he made that corny pun. Nico, we need the energy, baby. You were doing so great there. Surprise? Really? Who is this for? Who watches this show? The showrunner can call the authorities right now if you prefer to work off your debt to society and say the sanguine cloister. Nico shudders and plasters the smile back on his face. First question. Which fledgling is a super fan of Fledgling Manor? That's easy, I write down Jason. Time's up. Show your answers. Sorry. Yeah, okay. We all left up our pieces of paper. Everyone wrote down Jason's name. Great! Points all around! The points on the screen puddings fail to light up. Aren't those supposed to? Don't worry about it, they're not plugged in. Keep going. Okay, next question. Which fledgling spent their human life as a successful model on runways around the world? Not Grace. You know she was a corporate. Well, she was corporate. Not Jason, he definitely would have mentioned that. Tay is a YouTuber. Anya has a lot of poise, but she's short. I'm pretty sure runway models are supposed to be tall. 8's tall and skinny, and they do seem to have a pretty worldly vibe. Lilia could be a model, but she doesn't have very good style. On the other hand, she did mention she traveled a lot. She even speaks Dutch. Totally not gonna save scum this. I write down Lilia's name. The correct answer is 8. Wow! Looks like a few of you got it right. Lilia? What was I thinking? Of course it was 8. 8 seems kind of embarrassed. I don't know why. Being a runway model seems super cool. Next question. Which fledgling was turned into a vampire on a trip to New York City that they took to see their favorite musical? I have no idea. Who likes musicals? God, it'd be great if it was Stefan, but it definitely wasn't. Should I save scum and go back to it? So let's see. Who would go see a musical? We haven't. Like, nobody has. We have not heard any mention of musicals. And I've talked to Tay, Lilia, and Anya. But more dialogue has been spoken between Lilia and Anya. But oh. Well, welcome in everybody. We thank you for raiding DM. Welcome in everybody. I'm GoldKnight339. I play games, I do stuff. Sometimes I build Gunpla, and I ran a D&D one-shot once. We are currently playing Fledgling Manor, a visual novel about a bunch of vampires who were recently turned into vampires, and they're now all vying in a game show, and whoever loses dies. Eat, drink, sleep, whatever you guys need to do. If you need to rain and run, please do. Please take care of yourself. Please take your meds. Take care of your pets. Take care of your pets, or else I'll suck your blood. Yes, I did just work. I literally just worked, so now I gotta find someone else to have on my tab. Kidding. I very much appreciate you. And tabbed. Thank you for the raid. I very much appreciate it. Have a good night, DM. Do you prefer DM or do you prefer pawn? Anyways. So DM works? Okay. I just default to DM because I'm a dungeon master for D&D, so it's a habit. Anyways. Like, I know we can save scum, and I am save scumming, but like, yes, Wisp. Well, my threat was on theme. Well, I don't know. Okay, you know what? A better threat would have been, we'll sacrifice you to a horde of toddlers who aren't potty trained. Sector, shut the fuck up. I know they're generally not potty trained, but like, you get the point. Oh, jeez. Okay, so who gives off the more musical enjoyer vibe? I don't think it's Tay. I think it's Anya. Like, because Tay's entire character is being a Christian influencer. Lilia doesn't strike me as as a musical goer, and Pixie, I know you're bringing something up, trying to nudge me in the correct direction, probably. But like, whenever I imagine a musical enthusiast, you don't know how you got there. Whenever I imagine a musical enthusiast, I imagine somebody with a lot to say. And perhaps somebody who's into the drama themselves. And we kind of know that Anya is kind of an actor, and I could be looking into it too much, but I could see Anya doing theater tech or some of that. I know some gothy theater kids like her. I'll write down her name. The correct answer is Tay? Bruh, I wrote him off. Did you end up seeing what? You're not seeing a thing. Tay's definitely not from New York, so what's he doing in the area? I could see him making the trip to shoot some YouTube videos and go see a play. I write down his name. The correct answer is Tay. Let's fucking go! And I feel if you got it. Tay, did you end up being able to see the musical? No, I still haven't seen it. Oh, what a shame. Next question. Speaking of musicals, which fledgling is from Oklahoma? Is from a farm in Oklahoma? I have no idea, and what does that have to do with Oklahoma? What does it have to do with Oklahoma? Do people from Oklahoma have an accent? Which one of us has an accent? Do I have an accent? Okay, answer's up. Rocky, do you not have an answer? Sorry, I didn't realize there was a time limit. Yuka looks at me like I'm history's biggest dumbass. Yes, Rocky, there is a time limit. Tried to answer more quickly. Looks around at everyone else's answer. The correct answer is Stefan! The correct answer is Stefan. Points for Stefan, Anya, and Litlia. I look at Stefan, and I imagine him with overalls and a big straw hat. He actually is real built. It totally makes sense. For the first time, I really try to picture human Stefan shoveling hay, maybe selling a jar of jam at the farmer's market, threatening a trespasser with a shotgun. Shotgun! Shotgun, damn it! Interesting. Do you have anything you want to say about farming, Stefan? No, not really. Come on, give us something, a little more sort of information about farmer Stefan. I'm sure the audience at home are all fanning themselves and matching you a pair of overalls. Stefan glares at Nico. When I was a farmer, I was very fast and efficient at castrating pigs. Nico laughs. Wonderful! Next question. Which fledgling comes from a very successful family of vampire hunters? Wait. What? Excuse me, what? There's a vampire hunter here? It could also be someone who has been culled. That's definitely one of the 8 fledglings? Correct. What the fuck? I look around at the others and they're all spooked as hell. I need to guess this right. I'm trying not to imagine Stefan being hot because he's an asshole. But in my headcanon, Stefan... Stefan is like... How do I describe it? He reminds me of the main character in Call of Duty World War One, where he's on the farm... World War Two, sorry. Where he was worked on the farm with the overalls, with blah, 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 goes to war, blah, 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 comes back. I'm saying he looks like he's a farmer boy who's ex-military. Anyways. Yeah, I'm guessing Lilia. While on one hand, it could be Anya, despite that she's playing it up. You know? I could understand people who would like that. In fact, I probably know one person outside of here who would probably like that. Jesus Christ. So, like... Eight definitely doesn't seem to be. Well, he's too kind. He doesn't really give off from a family of vampire hunters. Anya could be faking her reaction, but Lilia has been way too quiet. Sector, you literally send me furry content. Do not try to get out of this. I'll show Lilia. Lilia seems pretty shifty so far. Maybe this is why? I'll write down her name. The correct answer is Lilia. Hell yeah. I look at Lilia. She's holding a piece of paper with her own name on it. But she's shaking. She looks like she's gonna be sick. Nika reads from a card. You wouldn't guess it by looking at her. But Lilia's a vampire from not one, but two of history's most renowned vampire hunting families. Wow, how did that happen to Lilia? Did your parents meet at a vampire hunting school or something? Yes, they met in Amsterdam. She's still shaking. Her voice is so soft I can barely hear it. Amsterdam! Oh, what a wonderful city. No wonder she can speak Dutch. And they moved to Canada. Such cold places. But your family is enormous. We'd be here until dawn if you wanted to cover all that. Tell me, how many vampires have you killed, Lilia? I don't know. I never really kept count. That sort of thing never mattered to me. What about your family? How many have they killed? My parents? I don't know. Most of that happened before I was born. We never talked about things like that. And what happened to your family, Lilia? Lilia looks up at him in horror. Please. She looked around the room, at us, the cameras, at the director, at the legions of PAs who are all watching in silence. Please don't. Do you want me to say it? We can't continue until someone says it. We all stand there in silence, silence behind our stupid podiums, waiting for someone to say something. When Lilia speaks, her voice is so small. I killed them. Oh, did you kill Lilia? My dad and my brothers. He reads off the card again, his voice still stilted and cold. To be precise, you killed Shamsi, Nikki, Elias Omar, three well-respected, very established vampire hunters, and the last remaining members of your immediate family. This isn't trivia challenge anymore. I don't know what it is. The group of people standing behind the lights and camera has grown. I've never seen this much of the crew. It's like every one of them came to the set just to see this happen. It feels so ugly. I wanted to stop. What a dramatic gesture! Were you just fed up with them? Sick of their self-righteous crusade? No, she screams. No, I love them. I still love them. It wasn't my fault. You all did this to me. You're monsters and you made me a monster. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I woke up and I was so hungry and thirsty. I didn't know what was happening to me. No one told me this was happening to me. You set me loose on the house on purpose. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm so sorry. God, I'm so sorry. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I never wanted to kill anyone. I just wanted to live my life. Nico continues to read off the card. You wanted to kill vampires and anyone who isn't a mortal human being. Oh, fuck. Mortal human being. You didn't mind hurting us, taking our families away. And now you are a vampire. And you took your own family away. How ironic. Lily crouches down to the floor and starts making a high whining noise. Oh, jeez. So, I need to help her. Would put me on her side, which would... I don't want to make any waves. Would be not doing anything. I need to help her would put me on everybody's shit list. So I think like the best option is to just say I'm tired of this shit. Is the entire crew of this television show satisfied with whatever the fuck that was? Let me move on now. No one says anything. They just look at me. What? This is clearly some kind of freaky humiliation ritual. We get it. She killed vampires and now she's one. Now she is one. It's so dark and twisted and blah blah blah. Has everyone finished busting their revenge nuts? Or do we gotta continue standing here and bearing witness to more inane shit? Nico looks at me, shocked. I read everything off the cards, so off the cards for that question, so yeah, I guess we're done with that part. Can we take a break first? I don't think Lilia can continue. No breaks, keep rolling. The Richter turns around to look at the crowd that's collected. Back to work, people, quit dawdling. Next question, Nico. Nico looks back at us and down at the stack of cards. Which fledgling is a popular celebrity on the internet, also known for the information superhighway? Goes on like that for a while. That was probably Tay. At a certain point, Lilia stands back up and starts answering questions again. She never stops shaking. In the end, Nico confers with a group of producers and comes back. The winner of tonight's challenge, and by an impressive margin, is Anya. Damn it! All that answering questions correctly meant nothing. Damn, I actually did well that challenge. I bet I got second place. I got an achievement for answering everything correctly. And I feel kind of bad because I save scummed it. It's not surprising. Anya only missed a few questions. Anya, you win your mutiny for tomorrow's night's calling. You may vote for on which fledgling will be called, and you may present arguments to the fledgling council, but you are in no danger of being voted out. Anya looks happy. I don't blame her, except I can't stop looking over at Lilia, who's still shaking. And your other prize? No need for bad blood tonight, Anya. We'll have the rest of the drink later tonight to drink from live human donors to your heart's content. Ah, that sounds good. I've only gotten to drink from a living human once, and it was that first weird challenge. And that's not all. You get to choose one other fledgling to share this feast with you. Holy fuck, I try to catch Anya's eye. What a privilege. Do I need to decide now? Yes, you have to choose right now. She looks at each of us, and a smile falls off, and her smile falls when her eyes land on Lilia. Lilia, you've had a bad enough evening. I think you could use some cheering up. Anya walks over to Lilia and links arms with her. We need a girls' night. God, I'm jealous. Good for Lilia, though, I guess. She seems really fucked up. Well, if taking any action would have put me on anyone's shit list, now Anya's on everyone's shit list as well, if there is a shit list. More than half the camera crew starts packing up and following Anya and Lilia to another part of the house. That or Anya's doing it to give Lilia one last supper. Her final meal, as it were. The rest of us head into the hallway. Well, that was really... Anya's on your shit list. Well, that was really... What was it? Tough to watch? Stefan rolls his eyes. Vampire elders are incredibly petty. The show is an exercise in their pettiness. Ah, that's also true. I agree. It all strikes me as immature. And now we have to vote Lilia out, I guess. I feel for her. Why do we have to vote her out? When you hunt something, you end up learning everything about it. She knows too much. Like with Jace. Like with Jason having seen the show? This goes way beyond that. Ah, yeah, a girls' night. I nod. If what Nico said there was right, sounds like Lilia has some pretty serious expertise. Expertise like... fucking, I don't know. I don't know about Ace. 8. I only know about Stefan. Yeah, Hurley's more like you and the pigs. Huh? Well, Stefan said about the pigs, castrating them. He's really good at it. Something softens in Stefan's face when I say that. For a fraction of a second at least. Think of it this way. Tay. Lilia has killed vampires before. How many vampires have you killed? I guess that's a good point. I don't want to agree, but I think that's the right call. No, you're both right. I just really hate this. Eight and Stefan walk away, leaving me alone with Tay. He looks depressed. It's beginning to be a consistent theme for him. I don't want to be here. Yeah, seriously. Tay mutters something, but it's too soft for me to hear. What? Never mind. Okay, see you later. As I'm walking away, thinking what I want to do for the rest of my night, I remember that weird room full of monitors I saw earlier. I wonder if that door is unlocked. No camera people are following me. They must be setting up the big Bloodfest reward scene. It's the perfect chance to check out that monitor room. I head back towards the room where we do the interviews, and sure enough, no one's around. I tried the door. Success. I close the door gently behind me and start looking around. I accidentally do that. There's a big whiteboard on... Is there a game... developing tool, whatever, that uses the same format between this and A Date with Death. Like you get what I mean? Like Unity Engine 5, but like, you know, for like novels or whatnot, or visual novels, because it's always right click and I click it and I do it by accident. An engine, thank you. Software, whatever. There's a big whiteboard on the screen with all of our names written across it. Under my name, someone has written lovable idiot, good cutaway interview, tactless, bisexual, underdog, makes too many moves. They're gonna blow up in his face. There are lines from my name to other names. I don't understand what they're supposed to signify. Tactless bisexual underdog strikes me as kind of funny. The handwriting is really hard to see, and I'm less interested in trying to decipher what everyone else's notes say. Anyway, there's a cool machine I can touch. I sit down at the console and start fiddling with buttons and knobs as I figure out how to navigate the file list on the right-hand monitor. There's a folder called Episode 1 Interviews with a list of names. Is it really ethical to watch these? Probably ethics have gone out the window at this point. There's only 4 options in this folder, even though I'm assuming there's other interviews for all 8 of us. I select Anya's and the first one, and I hit play. I'm honestly having a great time here. A great time. Yeah, is that weird? Yes, I think that's weird. You're not worried about the callings? Should I be? I don't really see much in way of serious competition. Let's talk through your fellow fledglings, and you can tell me how you feel about them. Sure. What do you think about 8? What's wrong with them? Never seen a vampire look like that before. It just happens sometimes. Like a birth defect? Kinda. Okay, well I generally think 8 seems fine. Haven't talked very much Gotcha. Okay, well, I generally think 8 seems fine. We haven't talked very much, but they're level-headed, friendly. Talk about Tay. Tay's a strange one. I feel bad for him. I don't think he'll last long. Jason. Jason, bless his heart. That big dumb idiot. He thinks he's got this whole thing figured out. Stefan. I don't care for Stefan, if I'm being honest. Why not? His vibes are rancid, he's rude, he has a terrible attitude. He's very competitive. I don't mind someone competitive. I'm competitive, but there's a certain level of politeness I think we all owe one another. Even when you're stabbing someone in the back, you should always be polite, I think. You're from the South, aren't you? Yes, I am. Yes, I'm from Georgia. Do you think you can bring an element of Southern charm to this competition? What a corny thing to say. Don't wear anything like that. You don't think you have Southern charm? Of course I'm charming, but it's so tacky to put it that way. Next question. What do you think of Lilia? Lilia acts like a traumatized chihuahua right out of the shelter, you know? Like any second there'd be big noise and she'll get so scared she pees on the floor. What about Grace? Well, she's dead. Talk about her like she's not dead. Grace is pretentious, pompous, grating, and dumb. She's the worst of all worlds. Would you say you were gunning for her from the beginning? I'm not gunning for anyone, I just don't like her. Walk me through how you felt when she propositioned you for an alliance. What was going through your head? She approaches me after the challenge, and I'm thinking, oh no, since I can already tell she's going to be one of those. Those what? Types of people who I don't like. But I'm polite, and I smile and nod. And then we're in the kitchen with Tay, and then we're in an alliance. What do you think of Rocky? Oh, Rocky's a cutie pie, don't you think so? all nervous and confused. He doesn't have a damn clue what's going on. It's adorable. Do you think he'll make it far into the competition? Depends. I think Rocky could certainly do well if he makes the right choices. I feel like that's fourth wall breaking. Who's the next to go? Stefan, if I had it my way. Did you lose the first challenge on purpose? Of course, honey. Great, Anya. You're done here for the night. You can go to the ballroom for the challenge. Thanks. She's a little more outspoken in the interviews, but I guess we probably all are. She's having a great time though. That's weird, especially if that interview was after Grace's execution. Is she just being happy for the cameras or what? It's also weird that she was so mean about Lilia and then so nicer to her tonight. Maybe she really did feel bad for her. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, Anya's starting to feel really two-faced. Something else itches at me from the back of my mind. A sense of recognition. I don't know what it is, though. I should keep an eye on Anya. Next one is Jason. Not really to see his face again. I click Stefan's. This should be interesting. How do you feel about being here? Irritated. I find the knob to fast forward through, and Stefan just gets more and more taciturn from there. Tell me about your alliance. Do you think you'll all go the way to the end together? At a certain point, he just stops answering questions entirely. I laugh to myself. I totally expected some kind of anime villain monologue about man's true nature. Oh well, I'll do Tay's next. Hi guys, I'm Taylor Burrows, but I go by Tay. You may know me from my YouTube or TikTok channels, where I've been reviewing scented candles since I was in middle school. The fuck? What did you think? What do you think you bring to the competition? Leadership, definitely. I bring leadership to this competition. I have a lot of experience with leadership roles in my church back home. Your church? Yep, I'm a Christian, and I'm not ashamed to say that. Even though it doesn't seem to be very cool among vampires. I hope I can change some of your minds. He winks. Wow, Tay is more charming when he's talking directly into a camera. A far cry from when he's the depressed dude who doesn't want to be here anymore. Have a good night, Wisp. Thanks for hanging out. Taking a sip. Let's talk about your first couple of nights. What do you think of the other fledglings? They're mostly very friendly. I was relieved when that they've been so accepting. You formed an alliance on your first night with Anya and Grace. Now that Grace has been called, what's your strategy going forward? I think I'll keep working with Anya, but we'll need to add more numbers to our side so we can win votes. You spent a lot of time alone with Jason on your first night in the house. Is there anything there? Tay looks shocked and then immediately starts sputtering about aborted half sentences of denial. What? No, of course not. We didn't time alone. I didn't. He and Jason talked for hours in the gymnasium about social media. Oh, that. Oh, they fucked. Yes, Jason and I are both content creators, so we talked a little bit about it the first night. He seemed very guarded all of a sudden. No, I just realized. No. Hold on. Oh, poor Taylor. I hope it's not what I think it is. The story producer talks to Tay slowly, like he's a little kid. I was asking if perhaps Jason, someone you spent time talking to, is who you're thinking of in terms of getting more numbers in your alliance. Oh, yeah, maybe. I haven't thought about it. Could be. What's wrong? Do you not like Jason? I like Jason fine. I think he's okay. What happened in the gymnasium? Well, I was walking around, around the house, getting the lay of the land, and as my mom used to say, and then Jason ran into me. He said he realized he recognized me from my videos and wanted to come find me. How did you feel about that? I was very flattering when people liked my content, so he came with me when I wandered around, and then we found the gymnasium. What happened in there? Why are you asking me that? Nothing happened, we just talked to each other. Jason used some of the equipment, and we talked about social media. I don't know how else you want me to say it. Just stop insinuating things. I really don't appreciate that. What do you think I'm insinuating, Tay? All this stuff about spending the night or spending time alone together, things happening? Please don't. Can't two men have a conversation about online video strategy and self-help without people like you making it into something it's not? Well, I'm very sorry, Tay. I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I can be more thoughtful about the words I used. Thank you. What transpired in the gymnasium when you spoke to Jason about your shared interest in social media? Jason's actually very knowledgeable about fitness, so he was able to use all the weird old-timey equipment. It was really impressive. And he took his shirt off. Tay waits for the producer to speak again, but she doesn't say anything. What's your point? Is this an interview or some kind of attack? Just doing my job, Tay. I really don't feel comfortable with nudity. Even thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. So it made you uncomfortable when Jason took his shirt off? Of course it did. I was very uncomfortable. And that's why you didn't want him in your alliance? What? No, I didn't say that. But he makes you uncomfortable. I think Jason's great. He doesn't make me uncomfortable. He has a great body, don't you think? I don't like this interviewer. I realized Tay is starting to look like the Tay I saw in the hallway. Exhausted, kind of haunted. Yeah, Jason's in really good shape. Listen, can we talk about something else? Of course, Tay. How have you found being a vampire so far? He seems relieved to be off the subject of Jason and Jason's body. It's a tough transition for sure. There's certain aspects I really like, and others not so much. What parts don't you like? Tay visibly brightens like he's been waiting for someone to ask him this question. Do you know that in New York City I haven't been able to find even one nice, wholesome, evangelical vampire church? Doesn't that strike you as bizarre? The biggest vampire city in the world, and the only churches are very creepy. I was turned by a preacher in Times Square, and he's crazy. The rest of them are even worse. I miss my friends and family too, but I'd be able to deal with that better if I had a good church community that I could count on. What parts do you like? I would say that my urges are much more simple now, which has freed me from a great deal of sin and temptation, oddly enough. That seemed like a good place to stop. We can talk more later. Oh, that's it? Okay, great. Yeah, we'll do it a little at a time. I looked up at a whiteboard at the notes under Tay's name. Classic, old-fashioned Christian closet case. Oof. Someone else wrote, I didn't think they made these anymore. Ugh. Ugh. The rest of the notes make me feel kind of gross, so I look back at the console, brace myself, and start up Jason's tape. Jason's face appears on the screen. He's giving a confident smile to the camera. There's no awkwardness in his introduction or anything, he just turns the charm on immediately. He knows the game. Hey, Jason here. Yeah, I could not be more hyped to be on Fledgling Manor. I've been watching this show for a while now. My maker gave me the rec, actually. Great lady. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was real pissed at her for a while. See, I come from Queens. Yeah, I'm a local boy. All my outer borough vamps. You know what it is. Growing up in New York, it's different than coming up in the rest of the country. They're practically the center of the universe, you know what I mean? In the center of the universe, you know what I mean? When we'd go to the city and back in high school, like to catch the latest action movie, there was always a chance you might actually run into one of the actors afterwards. I saw Vin Diesel grabbing Bon Mi off the Washington Square stop once. Hand to God. It's weird watching this, learning about a guy who I helped condemn to death. Huh? Oh, it's weird watching this, learning about a guy I helped condemn to death. Thing is, I always knew I was star material. I grew up watching the greats, Reeves, Diesel, Statham, and I knew that one day I was gonna be like him. He gets this soulful look on his face, like he's hamming it up for the confessional format. But that's what plays after all. Getting turned into, changed everything. Suddenly I can't go out during the day, and, I don't know if you guys know this, but most casting calls are held during work hours. He pauses for a laugh, like there's an audience. At least I've been hitting the gym, working out already. I hate to be stuck for an eternity with noodle arms. This is all great stuff, but could we get some more of your thoughts on the other contestants? Sure thing, but who do you want to start with? How about Stefan? You're developing a rivalry with him, aren't you? Stefan, wow. I don't know what to think about that, dude. First I thought we might be able to have something going, but like a classic De Niro Pacino Heat kind of thing, you know? But to tell you the truth, I'm a little scared of the guy. I'm just looking into somebody's eyes and know there's nothing there. Jason shivers theatrically. Major spooky vibes. I think of Rocky. Rocky Horror, the Rockton Files. He's got to be making some of these up. Seems like a nice guy. Maybe not the kind of dude I normally hang out with. Still, that's what shows what shows like this are all about, right? Different personalities coming together. Yeah, I hadn't been counting on including Rocky in our alliance at first, but Lilia's talked me into it. Weird girl. I know she's got a secret, and hell or high water, I'm gonna figure it out. What do you think Lilia's secret might be? Who knows? Maybe she's a plant that's going to be the biggest twist this season. Can you imagine? She could turn out to be the child of an elder or something. It says here that you actually volunteered to be on Fledgling Manor. How do you feel about your decision now? Honestly, I feel great. Being one of the first nominees was a bit of a bummer, but Grace practically demanded that she be eliminated with that long speech about vertical integrity. That long speech about vertical integration and positive affirmations. You only get one shot at in this crazy world. I believe that's where, and I believed that when I was human, and still believe it now. Still, if you're not taking risks, you're not living. I mean, hell, you guys know what that means. What's your strategy moving forward? Look, everyone's got early game alliances. Everyone knows early game alliances don't last forever. I think Stefan might have to be the next to go. Even though you're allied with him? Absolutely. Who else do you think is the biggest threat to you? Ariel? I don't see a whole lot of competition in this crowd. Anya's way too nice to win something like this. Lilia, classic shrinking violet. No offense, but she's probably not long for this world. Tay and Nate are both, well, how do I put this nicely? They're weirdos. A lot of weirdos on this season. You guys notice that? If possible, I'd like to keep Rocky around as long as I can. No, that's nice of him at least. Because if it comes down to the two of us, that's a lock for me. You're familiar with the way the shows change when there's only a few contestants left. Of course, I mean, you gotta have a twist, right? And once you're down to 2 or 3 people, voting doesn't really work anymore. I guess I've been so caught up in day-to-day survival that I hadn't been thinking about that. What's going to happen to the final 2? And my favorite twist has to be from season 5 in New Mexico, where they pretended they were letting both final contestants go. They secretly followed them back to their homes. Then, bam! In the middle of the day, while they're asleep, they both get attacked by hunters. The show tipped off. Jesus Christ, that's fucked. And Jason is still talking about it like it was good TV. Kevon never had a chance, and they staked him before he knew what was happening. Natasha, though, she was smarter. She had a security system that woke her up when they busted in. The hunters tear open the coffin, expecting to find a sleeping vamp, and then Jason throws some punches, mouthing some impact sounds. She drops them from the ceilings, knocks their heads off, and she was crowned the true winner. And boy, did she deserve it. Is there something like that gonna happen here? Great. Well, I think that's everything we need to know for now. Sure thing. Well, you find vamps out there, I'll see you soon. I'm gonna be right back. Doing a lot of these voices for a while is doing a little bit of a number, so I'm gonna take a small break. Maybe have a slice of pizza. I wish I had tea. So of those who are left, and like, if there is an option to like survive with someone else, the only person that I can really say that I have any sort of positive feelings about is 8. That's only, but like, we haven't really gotten much information about them. Like, yeah, we know that they used to be a supermodel before they were a vampire, but like, other than that, Anya seems kind of two-faced. Though she could possibly change that. Tay seems like I don't think I would be surprised if Tay even makes it to the end. Stefan is a psychopath, and like I said, who else is left? Oh, right, Lilia. Lilia's gonna fucking die. There's no way she's gonna make it past this. I think that's it for whoever's alive right now. It's like, it is a shame that I have a low opinion about Anya because she's cute. Okay. I've been pizzaed up. I have a drink of water. Okay. Anyways, back to it. I kind of wish Jason was still around so I could ask him about some of those twists. Nobody else knows much about anything about the show. It's late. I was watching those interview videos all night. I could hear the PAs walking around yelling, 15 minutes to the nominations. Fledglings, get back to your rooms. I bumped into Lilia and Anya on the way back. We hurried to the corridor where our rooms are. They look sated and kind of leaning on each other like two drunk people. Honestly, Lilia looks the happiest I've ever seen her. If this is her last night of existing, at least it'll be a good one. I think back to Anya's interview. She said something about having a great time, and right now, she sure looks that way. That's weird, right? Night. I call out before I close my door. Another ballot next to my desk. Another execution tomorrow. If Tay doesn't want to be here anymore, I don't really blame him. My emotions are a fucking mess. I need to change my perspective. No, wait. I don't know what changing my perspective would be. Well, let's. You know what? I saved, so let's see what we're gonna say here. I need to keep a handle on what's actually happening. I hate this. The story. Yeah, this is what I prefer. The story producer and everyone can say whatever they want about how we're actually so lucky to be here. Sure, there are fun elements to this experience, but always wanted to be on a I've always wanted to be on a reality show, and now I'm on one. I'm a vampire. I have powers, and that's all neat. But we're still prisoners in line for execution, playing a game for someone else's entertainment. I'm not going to pretend this is normal or okay. I can feel the sleeplessness coming over me. That means morning's almost here. Time to do this ballot. Let's go through the names again. Anya, her name's crossed out because she won immunity. Thinking about her video, I feel like maybe I don't understand her at all. 8, maybe if it was an art contest, I needed to eliminate my biggest competition. But 8's cool. I got no reason to go after them now. Ilya, being a vampire hunter makes her an insanely dangerous competitor. I feel bad for her, but that doesn't change the fact that she won't probably love to kill me. Rocky, I don't know. I think anyone's circling my name tonight. Probably. Not unless Savante and 8 were doing some kind of elaborate ruse. I guess Anya and Lilia could have decided to scheme against me. That doesn't really make sense either. Stefan. Oh boy, Stefan. Farm boy Stefan. He's a dick and he makes me angry. But we seem to actually be working pretty well together. He's gonna have to go eventually, but that move is going to take some coordination. Tay, he seems pretty fucked up since the Jason thing happened. And after seeing his interview, I really feel to the guy. Another wave of sleeplessness hits me. I have to pick a name. Yeah, it's easy. Sorry, Lilia. Before I can think about it further, I'm collapsing onto the mattress. Other night. If I'm looking for upsides on all this, I can reliably sleep through the night now. The day, I mean. It's kind of ironic. I still wake up scared all the time. Nightmares, terrors, whatever, but I was never really in any danger. It was all my fucked up head. Now I sleep soundly throughout the whole day. Though I guess if I ever get out of here, I'm gonna have to worry about someone like Lilia breaking into my house and cutting my head off while I'm dead to the world. Maybe that would be the best way to go. I wonder how many vampires die in their sleep. More or less than humans? Proportionally speaking, I mean. There's way fewer vampires than there are people. Otherwise, the math wouldn't work out. A knock at the door shakes me off this train of thought. Time to get up, pal. I don't want to go to school today. Aha, very funny. So do you guys get paid for this or what? He looks astonished at the question. Of course we do. Benefits? What do you care? Just trying to make conversation. Fuck. Look, if you try to lure me in some kind of we're all victims here thing, it's not gonna work, okay? I can't help you break out of here, and even if I could, I wouldn't. What? No, I was just curious, dude. Good. Did someone try that? It's probably the best you don't talk about it. Alright, sure, whatever. No, by the way. No? No, we don't get better. No, by the way. No, we don't get benefits. Oh, damn. Just get moving, okay? I do as I'm told and hustle over to the ballroom. The vibe has shifted since last night. Everyone's tenser than usual, which is saying something considering we're in the room we only ever go to decide who's gonna die next. Learning about the truth about Lilia's clearly shaken everyone up. On one hand, why should we care? We've only been vampires for a little while. Maybe her family only hunted really shitty ones. On the other, it's like Stefan said. She's become a huge threat overnight. So far, she's been playing it quiet, trying to lay low. Actually, given what we found about her family, I don't think she was playing at all. She's traumatized. Now she barely seems to be holding it together, sitting in her seat and staring off into the middle distance. Lilia, fuck. I find my seat between Stefan and Tay, and settle in for another grueling night. We return once more to Fledgling Council. He's already got the envelope this time and waves it theatrically in form. No, that's a typo. He's already got the camera. He's already got the envelope out and waves it theatrically in front of him for the camera. The names of the two fledglings up for elimination are in this envelope. Yesterday, truths were revealed that will forever change the course of this season of Fledgling Manor. But a fledgling is a fickle creature, buffeted about this way, and that by winds. He pauses to look conspiratorially around the room. And desires. What the hell is he talking about? He turns his long fingers and turns around towards Anya and Lilia, who are seated next to one another. Did you girls have a nice time last night? Anya narrows his eyes at him. Lilia clutches her arms to herself. We did, Nico. Thank you for asking. Nico opens his mouth and to say something. Else, an eyebrow arched in a way that feels sleazy. But Anya speaks first. I think that's enough. Yes, I suppose it is. Oh, Anya and Lilia? Damn good for them, I guess. No wonder they look so happy at the end of the night. A good way to get your mind off of grief, or imminent doom. Let's get on with the proceedings, shall we? He slices the envelope and slices the envelope open and pulls out the paper inside. Big surprise here, your first nominee is Lilia. Nobody's shocked, of course. And your second is Tay, which of course, which of you would like to speak in your defense first? I guess I will. All eyes are on Lilia. Fuck. Oh. She unwraps her arms from her body and closes her eyes for a few seconds, and then reopens them like she's trying to steady herself or something. I know you. I know each of you. What you are, I know it better than ever. Now, I know it better than ever now. But do you know me? When you found about me yesterday, some of you decided I had to go. Why? Is it because you think I'm a threat? The same reason you nominated and then voted out Jason? If that's the case, why isn't Stefan back up here tonight? Maybe it's out of a misguided sense of revenge or pride. You think I need to be punished, humiliated for what I've done. But nothing you could do to me could hurt me worse than what I've already been through. I've never really like this. So why should you keep me? Because I know more than any of you, and I can help you. I guess all of us. I'd guess all of us. 8 and Stefan were turned the longest ago, but Stefan doesn't have any interest in the Elder Society, and 8 was probably never allowed to join it for being Katik. What did she call them? Katik? I know how it works, more than any of you. If you think what happened to me yesterday was bad, you have no idea what's coming. Some of you might still have families. What makes you think they won't bring them here? Won't make you kill someone you love so their jaded audience can feel some twinge of excitement in their dead hearts. Wait, could they do that? I guess there's nothing stopping them. They kidnapped me and forced me into this. They could do the same to someone I know. We voted out Jason. Fine. He was sweet. He knew a little about this particular exercise in vampiric sadism, but he didn't know what he was getting himself into. I do, and if you vote me off, you're going to be like children stumbling in the dark. Lilia sits down and crosses her arms. Well, she's probably not wrong about knowing more than the rest of us, but but is that a reason to keep her around or to vote her out? Nico looks pleased. Well, look who came out of her shell a little. Tay, you're up. Tay nods and stands up, clearing his throat. I agree with Lilia. You should vote for me. Nico turns like he isn't sure he heard him right. Oh, Tay, you know what's going on, right? The stress hasn't gotten to you. You just said your fellow fledgling should vote to execute you rather than Lilia. Tay straightens himself up and nods slowly. I know what I said, Nico. I can't do this anymore. Oh good, Tay is volunteering himself to be executed? Everyone else seems to be just as surprised as me. I knew he wasn't having a great time of things, but this? As some of you know, I masterminded the vote against Jason. I'm the reason why that Jason is dead. I did it because I'm weak. I've known this for a long time, but with what I did to Jason, I can't hide from it anymore. And that's not just that. The longer I stay on this show, the longer I survive, the more people are going to die. I can't live with that. My life isn't worth any of yours. Participating in Fledgling Manor goes against everything I believe. I see that now. I've been selfish up until this point, putting my life ahead of my values, but I'm done with that. Yeah, you're a little fuck there, Le. Try to get some sleep? Get a nap in? He's actually doing it. Tay. Nico, if it's possible, I'd like to skip the vote entirely. I volunteer myself to be culled. Nico is looking around for one of the producers, the director, anyone who can help him figure out what to do. Oof. Well, are you required to be there for the open house? Oh, I don't know how open houses work. Cause like, the only thing I can suggest is like potentially getting cannabis in you, but that's only because that's the way I get to sleep. Cause I sleep during the day. Eventually, the director walks over and whispers in his ear. Nico nods and the director slinks off. Well, I think we are all very humbled by your self-sacrificing and not at all insane gesture, Tay, but I'm afraid the traditions of Fledgling Council must be upheld. The vote will proceed as normal. But I don't want to be a part of this anymore. You can't make me. Nico laughs at that. We can't make you. Tay, we've been making you do this from the start. The only way you're getting out of this house is the winner, or when you are voted out, like Grace and Jason. No. Tay seems generally crushed when he sits back down. Anya was right. He doesn't want to be here anymore. If this were a normal human reality show, he would just leave and it would be a very special episode. But he can't, which means, oh no, Tay. Let's get to voting, people. Back into the voting booth. If they'd just let Tay sacrifice himself, then we wouldn't have to do this, but of course, that's not gonna happen. And I know Nico was bullshitting about the traditions of Fledgling Manor. This isn't about vampire tradition or law, it's about entertainment. Letting Tay be a sacrificial lamb wouldn't amuse anybody. It's too noble, too easy. So they're making us vote. And I bet the director had the exact same thought that's going through all our heads right now. Tay is no longer a threat. He's already given up. There'd be no point in eliminating him tonight. I hate that I'm thinking this way, but no matter how fucked this is, it's a reality show. Be careful about taking meds. Because, like, if you take too many, you could hurt yourself. And if you take too many too frequently, your body can get adjusted to it. And that is not a good thing. Everyone is going to be gunning for Lilia. She's a threat. And she's more of a threat than Jason or Stefan or Stefan. And she's more of a threat than Jason or Stefan. Even now, and she's more of a threat than Jason or Stefan, even. Now that we know what is. Cheeseburger. And that's not just that she's better equipped to take on the challenge challenge still to come. It's that for all we know, she could snap and decide to murder us all when we least expect it. I would doubt how to know how to deal with a regular vampire hunter, and as one who is strong and fast as I am, I'd have no chance at all. That's why I nominated her in the first place. The irony of it is, if Tay had fought for himself, he might have actually picked up a few votes. As it is, I'd be surprised if he gets more than 2. His and Lilia's. I slice my thumb open and place my bloody thumb print next to Lilia's name. I don't say anything as I leave the booth. It's not much, but they're not getting a quip out of me this time. The 6 of us return to the ballroom and retake our seats. Time to face the pain. Nico spreads his arms wide. Blood has been spilt. The votes have been tallied. You know the deal by now. He holds out his hands for the basket, but the PA holding it coughs sharply. Yes? You have to say the full, uninterrupted line, Nico. It's a cornerstone of the show. Nico groans. Fine, fine. He resets his posture and spreads his arms again. Blood has been spilled and the votes have been tallied. One fledgling shall be called this night. The PA hands him the basket this time, and Nico grabs it, mouthing a sarcastic thank you to the guy. Then starts plucking out the ballots. Tay! That'll be his or Lilia's. Lilia. Could be mine. Tay. Looks like you might get your wish after all, Tay. Or maybe not. Lilia. 3 and 2. Nico smiles and shows us the last vote. Lilia. I think we all knew this was going to happen. Except all of us except Tay, who looks confused and broken. Lilia looks calm. She raises from her seat and there's a sudden burst of movement, like is she making a break for it? She kicks one of the chair legs off and grabs a piece of broken wood, leaping across the room, leaping across a circle towards Nico with a jagged makeshift stake. Nika comes down on Nico so fast and hard that she can barely move before she's on him. She slams the wooden stake towards his chest, but he jerks to the side at the last second, and the wood buries itself into his shoulder. He howls in pain and backhands his attacker, toppling her to the ground. Lilia rolls her feet and crouches like a cornered animal, glancing around the room for anything else she can use. For anyone she can count on. This is our chance. If you help me, we can take out this monster and make a break for it. I realize that she's talking to us. I look around. No one is moving. Lilia is someone who hunts monsters. Real, actual monsters. She's the good guy here, probably. And she might be right. If we sided with her, we could get out. Oh, God. Don't do this to me. The thing is, I don't know which one's the right thing. You know what? We have saved Scum. She's right. We should be fighting. I look around the 6 of us fledglings and then at Nico, the 20 or so crew members watching, and my heart sinks. Even with Lilia's hunter know-how, there's no way we can beat the makers of Fledgling Manor in a fight right here, right now. Come on, help me! Shame and guilt twist up inside me. I'm sorry, Lilia. It doesn't matter! I'm not the one who's done this math. I'm not the only one who's done this math. Nobody can even get out of their chairs. Seeing that she's alone in this, she turns back to Nico, who's slowly pulling the chair leg out of his flesh. That wasn't very polite, Lilia. She snarls at him and rushes him again, this time flicking a small blade out of her sleeve. Where'd she get that knife? Did she steal it from the voting booth? Lilia slashes at Nico's neck with the knife, but he's so tall, she's off balance trying to hit him. He moves quickly too, in a strangely hypnotic way. Nico dances around Lilia's flurries with a little while longer, and then... Fantastic stuff, Nico! We think we got enough footage if you'd like to put her down! Nico reaches out and grabs Lilia's wrist on her neck slash. He lifts her into the air, literally kicking and screaming, and raises her up to his face. She's pounding her one free hand against this huge body. And then something weird happens with Nico's eyes. They kinda shimmer for a second, and then Lilia drops the knife, and her whole body goes slack. Nico releases his grip on her wrist, and she falls to the floor in a heap. Is she dead? Not yet. He looks disgusted as he picks splinters out of his wound. The director strolls over to Nico, a huge smile plastered on his face. Nico, darling, that was wonderful, just wonderful! It better have. I could have died. Not a chance, you was total in control of the situation. But you could have, couldn't do that. But you can't do the execution looking like that. Wardrobe and makeup for Nico, please. The rest of you get out to the courtyard. We're all milling out, stunned and dismayed, except for Stefan, who seemed positively delighted at what he just saw. Didn't think she had it in her. Did you hear what they said? Did they know Lilia was going to attack Nico? Of course they did. Why do you think they let her take the knife? The knife. There are cameras on us in the voting booth. It's pretty unlikely that Lilia would have been able to take it without them seeing. Did she think she slipped it by them, or did she know they were onto her and just went for it anyways? In her position, I guess she didn't have much choice. Lilia tried to fight her way out, and we just watched. And now we're going to watch as she's executed. It takes a while for everyone to get set up. Nobody seems up to talking much while we wait. Then the PAs finally drag her out. She's conscious again, but her eyes are cloudy and dull, just like with Grace and Jason. What did they do back there? Is Nico using some kind of vampire powers to stun them like that, like he did with Lilia when she tried to attack him? But then why take them out of the room first? I don't get it. Nico and the executioner flank Lilia. She's dumped onto the stone courtyard. All the fight's gone out of her, that's for sure. Lilia, I'm sorry. The will of the Fledgling Council will be carried out now. Lily doesn't look at any of us. She must have hated us all, but not nearly as much as she hated herself. The executioner has her sword above her small frame, and I wonder for a moment who she is. Does she enjoy the work, or is it something she's been forced into too? What does she look like? Can't she even talk? Maybe we'll never find out. Then the sword comes down. That's it for Lilia. That's it for the legendary family of hunters too, I guess. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. One fledgling falls, 5 remain. Yuko turns to leave with the executioner, and then stops to look over his shoulder. And if any of you has any idea of doing something stupid, well, you saw what happened to little Miss Van Helsing. Now I need a drink. I could use one myself. I think I'll join you if you don't mind. A little company would be nice right about now, yeah. Anya and 8 head back inside. And it's just me, Tay, and Stefan left in the courtyard. I should probably say something. Tay tried to throw himself on the grenade for us, and then had to watch Lilia die anyways. Tay, I trail off when I see those burning eyes watching us from a distance again. But just like last time, they're gone as they quickly appeared. Nobody else seems to have noticed. I turn back to Tay. I'm sorry, man. He doesn't say anything for a moment. He just looks up into the night sky. Tay, you alright? Then he looks at me, his expression's in total shock. He's got this big, serene smile on his face. I'm alright. Thanks, Rocky. You sure? I've never been more sure, actually. You're kidding. I'm not. I get it now. Get what exactly? I know why I'm here. I meant what I said earlier. I was trying to be a good Christian by laying down my life so that so that others could live. But I see now that wasn't God's plan for me. Okay, so it's less menacing than I thought it was. Oh, right. Don't you guys get it? This is a sign. A sign? It's a sign that I'm not supposed to die here. I have a greater purpose. And what is that? When I was turned into a vampire, it was like my whole life was taken from me. I didn't know why God would let that happen. But now I know why he did. I'm supposed to witness this vampire community. I think Tay might have lost it. Why else would God lay down this challenge before me and let me survive even when I was willing to die? You don't think it might be because everyone saw how pathetic you were and decided to take out the bigger threat while we could? Tay doesn't even flinch at Stefan's words. He just turns to him with this beatific smile and shakes his head. Stefan, I know that vampires are soulless monsters. I know you think that vampires are soulless monsters, but I don't think that isn't true. If it were, how could I have done what I did? Stefan sneers at him. So, what does this mean exactly? It means I have to win Fledgling Manor. I can't serve God on Earth if I'm dead, after all. Don't get me wrong, Rocky, you seem like a nice guy. I noted he's pointedly not addressing Stefan now. But I need to get out of here. I need to enter vampire society, and that means you're going to have to go sooner or later. Fuck. Maybe you can take some solace in the fact that your death will help bring the light of Christ into the vampire world. What did you say about soullessness? Hey, you're talking crazy. You think Vampire Society is interested in Christianity? Look what it does. It's the reason we're even in this situation. Human society is also full of sin, Rocky. People have waged wars, taken slaves, committed genocide. Yeah, and a lot of that's been in the name of God. People make mistakes. We're misguided and weak. That doesn't mean we're unworthy of God's love. Vampires aren't so different from human beings. We have souls. We have temptations. We're a part of a divine plan. Before you go to sleep tonight, ask God for forgiveness. The Lord of our God is merciful and forgiving, even though we have rebelled against him. Daniel 9:9. You're really serious about this, aren't you? Of course I am, and I hope you'll take it seriously too. God loves you, Rocky. You're starting to sound like some of my relatives. You too, Stefan, no matter how hard you try to fight it. Will you pray for forgiveness tonight? I expect Stefan to growl at Tay or laugh at him. Instead, he just narrows his eyes. That's none of your goddamn business. With that, Stefan stalks off into the house. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like, he's thinking, like, he's broken to the point where he thinks every little inch of the Bible is without flaw. Or everything that Christians have done is, like, I don't know how to particularly phrase it, but, like, he's thinking of it as the paragon of everything in history, but history doesn't actually run parallel. I better get going too, I guess. Good night, Rocky. May God grant you a peaceful and tranquil sleep. Night, Tay. Not sure what else to do. I head back to my room and to regroup. I find my door already open. Someone's inside. It's 8. There you are, Rocky. Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm holding up. You? To be honest, I'm a little stressed out. After tonight, the last thing I needed was to get lectured about God. What happened? Tay got a sign. He thinks God let him live so he could witness the vampire kind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Pixie. Oh, that's disappointing. That's kind of a bummer. From the time we spent together, he seemed like a pretty cool guy. Kind of shy and awkward, but sweet. I mean, I knew he was into all that, but this seems kind of crazy. A bit, yeah. They're not into it, right? As a rule, no. Vampire society isn't really about loving your neighbor, more like hating and fearing him. That's what I figured. Though I guess a lot of human beings who claim to believe all this stuff aren't much better. Regardless, Tay's back in it to win. How? Do you think he has a shot? I don't know. Maybe. Having something to believe in can really motivate people, for better or worse. Yes, it can. That's kind of why I'm here, actually. I wanted to get a chance to talk to you away from the others. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. What about? About what's coming. About what you believe. For a while now, I've known there was something about you. Something that makes you different from the others. Maybe it's that this was your introduction to our world. What do you mean? The others, they got some taste of the glamour and power of being something other than a human being before they were forced onto the show. But you? All you've known about being a vampire so far is fear, paranoia, and backstabbing. I mean, if Fledgling Manor is any indication how vampire society works, it's pretty fucked up. It's more fucked up than you know. But there's plenty of vampires who aren't a part of it. Some of them stay out of it by choice. Next to fun. Others are kept out of it. Lillian mentioned something about that at the council. Yeah. Lillian mentioned something like that at the council. She called 8 something. Does this have to do anything with what Lilia called you? She said you were Katik. Is that a vampire term for an outcast or something? 8 laughs at that. Sort of. It's Arabic. It means mistaken one. Mistaken? An old term for someone like me. Someone who reacted badly to the turning process. Or did you think I would always look like this? I mean... Rocky, relax, I'm playing with you. I wouldn't have gotten on many runways with these proportions. Although Rick Owens would probably be more interested now. Rick Owens. I don't know that. I feel like I should know that name. Anyways, no one's sure why, but some people, when they're turned, their bodies change more than usual. Traditionally, the law says that in those cases, the new vampire should be disposed of. Shit, that's awful. In this case, it isn't just pointless cruelty. If you're trying to conceal your existence from humanity, then it's in your interest not to have 7-foot-tall monsters with claws running around. It's funny you say that, Wise, but like, because Wisp said this, asked the same question earlier. Imagine if it's Survivor, but the person who's voted off the island is killed. But some of us survived anyways. The point is, you and me have both seen the worst of this world, and I feel like I can count on you. You do? Yeah, and Rocky, this is a bigger deal than just the next calling, or the one after that. What do you mean? Like the final two alliance? More than that. But that is all I can say now. They suddenly tilt their head in the direction of the camera on the wall. Oh. Oh shit, what is this about? Do you trust me? They haven't really given me any reason to not so far. Of everyone here, 8 seems the most personable and well-adjusted. Like... I want to trust 8. 8. There's a small part of me that... Like, the tiniest part of... There's a part of me that doesn't trust him, because this is how people get backstabbed, is trusting people who are acting so sincere towards you. But anyway, who else is left? Tay's launched his crusade. Stefan's a lone wolf, and I have no idea what Anya's up to now that Lilia's gone. Yeah, I trust you. Can I ask you something, though? What is it? That's exactly what I'm trying to articulate, Pixie. Thank you. Well, I can understand having to hide from humans, but why are you wearing that mask here? Oh, that. They're making me. They're making you? Sure, I guess producers like the idea of having a freak on the show, but thought I was a little too ugly to have my face on camera. Ah, that's fucked. I'm sorry. They shrug their shoulders. Something tells me, 8 probably looks like a Nosferatu. It's fine. It's not like I expected the kindness from them. Neither should you. After everything that's happened, I definitely don't. Yeah, because it could be the best thing, or it could be the worst thing. So who are we going to nominate tomorrow? We can see how the challenge goes and take it from there. At this point, we have to take everyone seriously. We've both been laying pretty low so far, and that'll work to our advantage. That's true, neither of us has won any challenges so far, but neither of us have been nominated either. Probably because nobody was worried about us. And Rocky, there's one thing I want you to keep in mind. Sector, they literally just explained why they're wearing the mask. They literally just explained why they're all in this fatigue. It's because the producers are just like, you're too ugly, wear this mask. And Rocky, there's one thing I want you to keep in mind. What's that? It's not all bad. What is it? Yes, what we are. The world they've built for us is sick and twisted, but we don't have to live in it. I don't exactly know where we came from, or how we walk around when we should be dead, but I don't think it has to be tragic or horrible. Or they say, anyways. They could be fucking lying to us. We can do things that no human can. Feel things we could never do when we were alive. I get the feeling they're talking about more than just drinking blood. Okay, well, I'll try to remember that. I know you probably have a lot of questions. We'll talk more soon. I probably can answer some of them then. Sounds good. See you tomorrow, 8. Good night, Rocky. Don't let the bed bugs bite. I love the smile behind their mask. I shut my door and look up at the robotic camera that's been following me around the room. I guess it's just you and me, whoever you are. I realize I don't much to say to them. Maybe I don't feel as lonely now. In fact, there's some weird sense of something inside of me. Is that optimism? Determination? Is there a mirror? Determination is there, Mir. After all this, I'm still me. I lie down and hope I'm making the right decisions. Episode 4! I don't think we'll be able to finish this tonight. As much as I kind of want to do this in one go. But we'll do our best. As I wake up for the evening, the events of last night come back to me along with my consciousness. The way Lilia called out for help, and we all just sat there. Knowing that I couldn't have done anything to help her, even if I tried to help her, even if I tried, doesn't really make it any better. I am an undying, blood-sucking monster, so why do I still feel just as powerless as I did when I was begging for 5 stars and a 10% tip on a grocery app? Come on, kid, interview time. So the final 2 alliance, a final 2 alliance with 8. Do you really think that's a good idea? Sure, we're both severely underestimated, so that's a great combo. I muddle through the interview as well as I can. 8 probably isn't the most strategic choice in terms of actually winning, but I like them. I feel like I can trust them. They keep alluding to something that isn't just staying here, following PAs around like a bunch of animals being led to the slaughter. I guess my answers aren't very interesting because the producer sends me away quickly. I can just wander around until the challenge starts. They don't even have a camera on me. That's kind of nice. I hear a noise from the trees. An animal? No, it sounds too big for that. There you are. No camera. Wow, they really have given up on you. You don't have one either. They aren't planning on giving me much screen time. What were you doing out here? Don't you occasionally find being watched sort of meddling? I like slipping away into the trees and to be by myself. They're lying. Uh-huh. What's the real reason? Aren't I entitled to my secrets? Not if we're working together. Not if we're in an alliance. I guess you're right. Come on. They grab my hand and lead me towards the trees. Won't they notice we're missing? No, they're too busy with taste and to religion and rivalry between Anya and Stefan. They reach two of the long fingers into my pocket and pull out my mic pack and turn the volume knob down. The challenge tonight is a hedge maze. They want us to hunt down and kill some mortals who disappeared in the national park. Oof. What does this do with hiding in the woods? I sort of thought it might be fun to mess with the production a little. Would you help me? Would I help you mess with the show that's holding us captive and make us compete to escape execution? Yeah, I feel like I'd feel pretty good about that. Yay! Oh, that's cute. We go over the basic plan and walk back to the mansion. What were you two doing under the trees? It's time for the challenge. You're making passionate love. Rose, don't even joke about that. Who's joking? Or would you rather we did that in view of cameras? Ugh. I mean, fine, keep it out of sight, I guess. We're not doing the challenges. And stay close to the house. He mutters to himself, motioning for us to follow him. 8 winks at me from behind their mask. That is... I feel like that'd be something that I would do in that situation. Stick to the main grounds. You don't want to get lost in the woods. Trust me. The others are gathered around the courtyard. Anya and Tay are whispering together, heads bowed. Fuck me, are they praying? Stefan sidles up next to us and nods, glaring at them. Oh, it's Rocky and 8. Hello. Good evening, brothers and, or brother and, I couldn't tell what voice I was going to be using. Sibling, would you like to join us for a quick prayer? Stefan already turned us down. I'm good, but thank you so much for the courteous offer. Has the light of Christ not reached your home country? It's never too late to let him into your heart. There's an awkward pause. Anya cringes. Tay, I don't know. We had a Christian dictator backed by the U.S. government. Does that count? Does that count? They seem pissed, almost like they've gotten taller somehow. I should try to de-escalate this. Where's 8 from again? And that was what, in England? Oh, what? Rocky, did you think I was from England? No, I definitely did not think that, especially not because the person voicing you definitely isn't using a British accent. Nope, not at all. I thought you were from England. As you can see, Stefan thought you were from England. I know better, and I know that you are actually from Australia? Still wrong. Wait, Rocky, did you think that England had dictators backed by the United States? Did you not learn, like, the bare minimum of basics of American history? Did I not learn the basics? Of course I learned the basics. I can probably remember them. 1776, George Washington, Benjamin Lincoln, they did America. There was a war. The Battle of the Bulge. They crossed the Hudson. The French people came too. The Battle of the Bulge was a different war. That was actually a segment in Call of Duty World War II. I said it again. Well, they had battles. Gettysburg? Civil War. Nope. Battle of Naples? Now that I think is World War I. Naples is in Italy. World War II. Wasn't there one in Florida? Do you think they fought the Revolutionary War in Florida? Well, they could have. I mean, why not? Some of it was in Virginia. I didn't pay very much attention to school either, Rocky. It's okay. Okay, Fledglings. We're ready for you. Follow me to the challenge. Suddenly I went Arnold Schwarzenegger there for a moment. We followed the PA and I glanced over at Anya, who's still giggling to herself. She teased me now and then before. But this felt meaner somehow. More like the Anya I saw in that interview video. Remember the plan. Yeah, I got it. Nico's already there with the camera crew. Is that everyone? 1, 2, 3. What happened to the leather jacket guy? Jason, he was the second one to be eliminated. You had to hold up his hair for the executioner. All right, well, it sounds like we're ready to go then. He clears his throat and shifts on to his on-camera persona. That's fucked. We stand before the hedge mage of Fledgling Manor. You may be wondering why we're here. Well, our challenges thus far have tested your control, your ingenuity, and your perceptiveness. But we've yet to determine which of you is the greatest predator. He tells us to take a seat. If he tells us to take a seat, I'm gonna lose it. We've released several humans into the maze. Your goal is to catch and kill one of them. Did he say kill? The first fledgling to kill their prey, kill their prey and make it to the statue in the center of the maze will win immunity from tomorrow night's culling. Is there any extra prize tonight? The extra prize is we get to hunt. That's actually right, Stefan. Doesn't everyone else have a problem with this? The people in the house on the first night, none of them died. And they seemed to know what was going on, too. On your marks, get set, go! We all take off into the maze at full speed. Stefan and 8 are the fastest, which is no surprise considering their height advantage. But Anya's no joke either. Running feels Running feels great. Did it ever feel this good? Maybe when I was a little kid with bursts of energy. Well, it comes back to me, playing tag, chasing the neighborhood kids. The smell of humans hit me like a fucking bus. They're afraid. They're alive. They're warm. There's one close. I can hear ragged breathing. I never wanted anything so bad in my life. It's a good thing I've been drinking so much of that fridge stuff. If I'd actually needed a drink, I don't think I could resist. The sound of breathing gets quieter as the human runs further away from me. Time to focus. There are fewer camera blind spots in the maze, and I tuck myself into one. I reach into my pocket and grab the little clicker 8 handed to me in the woods. I've seen these before. My friend Truck has one that he uses to fuck with Tesla owners. I click it to disable my mic, and then change the number on the LED display to what 8 told me to memorize. I wait for the sound of a drone drifting overhead and click it again. It falls into some bushes. I do the same for every robot camera I pass and every subsequent drone. Good thing I'm making a reality show with no audio or footage. Good luck making a reality show with no audio or footage, idiots. I slow down when I hear voices. What's he using? Is it like a universal remote or some shit? I slow down when I hear voices. I'm so sorry, Lord. Please forgive me. Peering around the hedges, I see Tay crouched over a guy in hiking clothes. I press the button. A nearby robot camera goes limp. I hit it again. I hear another drone fall. Tay starts going to town on him, but the blood smells so fucking good I'm half tempted to join him. But I'm making good progress. It's almost like playing a video game, sneaking around past the camera, disabling them one by one. Or something. I follow the smell of fresh blood to find Anya tearing at the throat of a middle-aged woman in a fleece. I activate the clicker again. And again. 2 robot cameras down. I stop in front of a downed drone. Not mine. Not one of mine. The robot cameras in this part of the maze are already hanging limp on their mounts. 8 must be nearby. Great work, Rocky. Ah! I'm sorry for startling you. You're not sorry at all. You just laughed. I guess I did. You were cute. I apologize. Well, I got all the cameras on my side. They definitely didn't get any footage of Tay's kill. I didn't get Anya in time though, so they got footage. Oh, they got that footage, and I couldn't find Stefan. I got the ones at the center of the maze, so they won't know who won. How come no one's coming here to get us reset? They're all just drinking hikers. They're all just drinking hikers at catering. None of them really understand how to use this technology anyways. They had it all preset to follow movement. So no one's noticed the monitors aren't showing anything? I'm sure they'll figure it out at some point. I hear breathing again, getting closer. 8 lowers their voice. Now the other part. Are you ready? I'm not ready, but I nod anyways, stepping into the shadows and waiting. The footsteps stop, and I hear a woman catching her breath. I pounce and tackle her, but before I bite into her, I look down and hesitate. She's terrified. Her heart's beating out of her chest. She's crying. It's a tricky thing being a carnivore, but also capable of empathy. Were you a vegetarian when you were alive? No, but this woman has lived a better life than any animal you ate as a human being. Make sure she has a better death too. The longer you wait, the worse this is for her. I look back down as she's sobbing, tears and snot streaming down her face. She's terrified. Just end it, Rocky. You know what? Fuck it. Can't we just let her go? With all the chaos, they won't notice a missing hiker. In a flash of movement, 8 slices the hiker's throat open with a single sharp claw. Blood shoots out of her with so much force it hits me in the face. As much as I was trying to save her, I couldn't help myself from lapping it up like an animal dying of thirst. The longer I go, the sweeter her blood tastes. The more limp she goes. And the more limp she goes. Her heartbeat slows and slows. I sluck and slurp and the sounds sound awful to my ears, and it's not fast enough to get all the blood coming out of her. She stops breathing, but the blood keeps coming. I drink until 8 pulls me off of her. That's enough. Huh? You don't want to drink too much of someone. It messes with your head. I bend down and wipe the blood off my face. I'm sorry. Why? I don't know why, I just said it reflexively. I felt like I let 8 down. We couldn't let her go, but I wasn't going to force you to kill someone. Oh, thanks. I sit on the ground for a little bit next to the dead hiker. Is it weird that I'm not really in a hurry to move? Not really. It's nice to take a beat, especially when there's no cameras. And being unobserved around here is kind of a precious commodity. What do you mean? I'm not really used to being watched as much. I really got accustomed to the privacy when I was in the sewers. You were in the sewers? Yeah, that's where I lived. That's where they caught me. Hiccup. Not hiccup, but like squeak. How do you like it? Honestly, it's great. I hadn't realized how many eyes were on me how many forces were scrutinizing everything I did, until I got to live completely unobserved. I guess being a model meant people were looking at you a lot. 8 nods. I anticipated that part, at least. What surprised me was how much I hated travel. All those conversations at customs, all the airport security, all those awkward pat-downs. I nodded sympathetically. I get docked at work if I get take too long to get places. But if I drive too fast to make a delivery, my car insurance gets more expensive. Like if you get a citation. No, there's a little thing in my car from the insurance company. It tracks how I drive. It tracks how I drive, I think. I have the same thing in my car. Oh yeah, maybe this is a nice break for me too. We stay like this for a few more minutes. There's a corpse getting cold next to us. We've just been running around sabotaging the TV shows we're captains on. But it really is nice all the same. 8 and I make our way to the center of the base, where we find Anya, Stefan, and Tay already waiting. I thought it was supposed to be over when the first person got here. I've been waiting here for a while. Maybe one of us should go out and find someone. Sounds good. Sounds good, Tay. We'll wait right here for you. Okay, I guess I could go. Was he volunteering someone else to do it? So, who won? I won, but for some reason, Stefan keeps insisting he did. It's on camera, Stefan. They all know I won.
Thank you.
I just heard something. I feel like I just heard someone's voice say something for a split second and then get cut off. But I don't know. He just glares at her. Eventually, some PAs come and lead us back out of the maze. Well, this isn't exactly ideal. It looks like the camera crew tried to use experimental remote-controlled cameras for this challenge, but I don't know how to, but didn't know how to work them. So we don't have footage for most of the event. We also don't know who won. He stands there glaring at the crew. This is easily settled, fledglings. This is easily settled. Fledglings, who won? Be honest. I won. I won, sincerely. Did any of the rest of you see them during the challenge? I saw Anya drinking a middle-aged lady at some point, but I don't know what time that was. I saw Stefan close to the center of the maze some time ago, but I don't know what happened after that. Tay? I was distracted. I didn't see anyone. They were both already there when I got to the center. Great plan! That was very helpful. I'll confer with my colleagues. We stand there waiting for a while, and at first the clicker feels like it's a burning hole in my pocket, but no one seems to suspect sabotage. I can hear different crew members bickering and berating each other about whose fault it is, and how no one knew how to use the drones and robo-cameras. Okay, we're gonna call it a tie. Anya and Stefan got to the statue at the same exact time. Nico, we can film your segment now, and the rest, and reset Anya and Stefan at the maze end to do a reshoot. And at the maze end to reshoot the tied win. Whatever, that's fine. Well, we appear to have a couple front runners appearing. In the shocking turn of events, we have two winners. That's right, even after scrutinizing the footage, our production team couldn't see a millisecond of difference. The winners of tonight's challenge are Anya and Stefan. Anya, Stefan, you both win immunity from tonight's calling. That backfired. You may vote on which fledgling will be called. You may present arguments to the Fledgling Council, but you are in no danger of being voted out. The rest of you are all eligible to be called. Use your evening wisely, fledglings. Well, that was fun, but it kind of backfired on us. Stefan and Anya both have immunity, which means one of us is going to be nominated. Yes, I didn't expect them to award them both the win. So what are we going to do? We need a plan. I think I've got one. Oh yeah? I think we could get Stefan to nominate Tay with us. If he's on the ballot, we probably won't have to do much to work. We probably won't have to do much much work to get him eliminated. Yeah, the guy's kind of gone off the deep end. I doubt he'll make a great case for himself. Why Stefan, though? Simpler. Fair enough. I think he's already been biased against Tay anyways. He reacted really badly when Tay asked if he was going to pray last night. Interesting. What do you think that is? If I had to guess, Stefan's just a very private person. About stuff like that anyways. Tay's vision doesn't jive with his whole we're scary and inhumane monster things either. Right, well, here he comes now. Let's get him aboard. Bad luck out there tonight. I guess so, yeah. Solid joke anyways, though. All this technology serves him right. Not a fan of the stuff. It's absurd. We don't need it. Cameras and drones and motion sensors. The more you rely on things like that, the weaker you become. And that always fails you when you need it most. Sounds like a boomer complaining about that his computer screen's frozen. You're right. And people are so glued to their phones these days, they don't even notice when you're hunting them. That's exactly right. I didn't even have a phone in the sewers. After a while, I didn't even miss it. Who needs that stuff anyways? If I'm honest, I kinda miss mine. Never had one. Not even before. No, didn't see the point. Did you have electricity? Stefan looks at me like I'm a moron. Yes, and running water. Just no cell phone. Well, you can't be too careful. The more technology you use, the easier it is to track you. That goes for vampires, just as much as it does for humans. Wait, does the NSA know about vampires? I don't think so. We've been pretty successful in keeping ourselves off the radar of government surveillance. Or maybe they do know, but we've got people on the inside. Maybe this whole show's a CIA op. Hello, agent listening to this conversation. May I be a supernatural monster? I may be a supernatural monster, but I love America and would never commit crimes. I also harbor warm feelings toward this country I live here legally as a full naturalized citizen. Stefan just stares at us like he has no clue what we're talking about. Anyway, we're just thinking, Tay's gone really out there, huh? Huh? Oh, yeah. Is this the part where you try to sweet talk me into nominating him over one of you? Well, yes. Then you can spare us both the speeches. As far as I'm concerned, he's out of here tomorrow night. Really? Yeah. Was it all the religious stuff? He thinks God is on our side now. That makes people dangerous. I can't risk him getting immunity in the next challenge. So we take him out now. But Rocky, you're probably going to be the other nominee. Anya and Tay are gunning for you. Me? Why? It's you or he. Who knows? How do you know? How do you know about their plans? Anya told me. So what, are you in alliance with her? Why are you telling us this? Stefan shrugs. Why do I care? Alright, good talk. Stefan wanders back into the house. Well, that was easier than expected. Yeah, I guess. I guess Tay just made him really popular overnight. It's too bad. I kind of liked him. Anyway, join me in the woods. Certainly. We make our way back out there. I thought more people would care, but it doesn't seem it doesn't seem like they're paying a whole lot of attention. Did you mean what you said before? Oh, what about missing my phone? Kinda, yeah, sometimes I don't know what to do with my hands. Not that. We were talking about the CIA, about crimes. Oh, I mean, I was smoking pot before it was legal, and I shoplifted a few times in high school. Anything bigger? Like handcuff yourself to a highway or get arrested in a rally? Not really. I admire people who do stuff like that, but it's never been me out there. What stopped you? Fear, I think. The idea of my whole life being turned upside down if I got caught freaked me out. What about now that you're a vampire? I don't know. Why are you asking me anyway? Just curious, I guess. He turned away from me for a moment, and there was some rustling and scratching sounds in the dirt. When they turned back, they're holding a little USB thumb drive. Where'd that come from? Don't worry about it. Want to mess with the show some more? What do you have in mind? There's a nasty little virus on this USB. If you can plug it into one of the computers they use for editing, we can screw up a lot of their footage. This feels like very much like a 90s hacker movie. It kind of is. Do you accept your mission? Will you pretend I never existed if I'm caught? We'll shred all your files, Agent. I'll do it for my country. Speaking of, did you ever figure out where I'm from? So definitely not Australia. Not Australia. Melbourne is nice, though. You've been to Australia? Mm-hmm. Not in a while. International travels gets a lot harder when, well... Right, yeah. I wonder if vampires move around much. If you can pass as a human, catching a plane has to be pretty tough. With the TSA and the sun and all that. Maybe they hide in crates and inside cargo ships. Not exactly glamorous. They probably have private jets that have, like, movable rooms. Like, in my head, I'm imagining one of those shipping containers, and inside of these shipping containers is like a furbished fancy pants room. Here's a hint. A. Lee. The Gemini Man guy? That's your Ang Lee Paul? Gemini Man? I mean, he's done some stuff. Didn't he make the old Hulk movie too? Yeah, he did that too. Anyway, I'm from the same country as Ang Lee. Oh, Vienna? Vienna. Yeah. Okay, so Vienna isn't a country. It's the capital of Austria. Maybe, and or he maybe still just hung on the whole Australia thing. It seems so worldly, it's kind of intimidating. I've barely gone outside of New York State my whole life. That's possible. I'm gonna be real with you, there's a lot of stuff in the world and places that I just don't know about. Rocky, the fact that you can admit that puts you ahead of the vastly majority of Americans. True fucking that! Holy shit! I love 8. I love 8 so much. I'm from Taiwan. Oh! No, wait. Aries is from Thailand, not Taiwan. Oh, cool. How'd you end up living in New York? That's a whole other story, honestly. I just realized that I don't know exactly where this editing suite is in the house. Oh, no worries on that front. I found it the other day. Found it? Oh, were you looking around for it? Not really, I just kind of stumbled in. And it wasn't locked or anything. That's a little strange. Now that you mention it, I guess it is. A little too strange. Well, in any case, it's pretty convenient for us. Tried sneaking tomorrow night and put that USB key in. Want to have some kind of antivirus system? If tonight they proved anything, is that older vampires don't keep up with technology. They probably have Renfields all set up on it for them. Renfields? You know, like Dracula. Humans who do the bidding of vampires. That's funny. Why would people do that? Greed, lust, you the usual. Not to mention the fact that we can influence and manipulate anyone who drinks our blood. Seriously? Yeah. What do you think those humans were here on the first night promised they wouldn't tell? They were slaves more or less. How do you know all this? If you had a decent maker, they would have explained a lot of it to you. Well, you seem to know things. Things the others don't. Sounds like you've been around longer than the rest of us. You think so? Maybe I'm just an old soul. Anyways, it's getting late. We should head back. How are you feeling? Why do you ask? I'm interested, that's all. Oh, I guess I'm just not used to people checking in on me lately. Unless it's because they're looking to get a reaction shot they can splice into a scene later. There aren't any cameras here, Rocky. We're alone. It's crazy how big of a relief it is, just in these little unobserved moments. It's funny, not that bad. Goofing around with you is a nice distraction from all this. I'm glad to hear that. And you're not worried I'm just doing all this to get you, let your guard down? That I may betray you out of nowhere. Should I be? I would be pretty dishonest of a guide of a vampire if I didn't let you cultivate a little paranoia in you. Oh no, I'm getting drawn into the world of reels within reels where I can trust no one but myself. The truth is out there, Rocky. See you tomorrow night. I love 8. They can keep up with our bullshit. Going back to the mansion full of cameras. Okay. I'm getting the banter between Rocky and 8 is like between me and you, Pixie, where you can keep up on all the bullshit I say. You just You just know a bit more about the life before 1996. Essentially, is what I'm getting at. That, and on top of that, Rocky's a male, and 8 is a gender anomaly, or a gender mystery, or going back to the mansion full of cameras and microphones feels a lot harder than it did earlier. On my way back, a sound guy even flags me down and switches out my mic pack. Gender mystery, that works. I feel in my pocket for the USB stick, just to touch it and remember it's there, when I realize, oh, my body is doing something it hasn't done since I was a living, breathing boy. I guess it makes sense. I drink a lot of that lady's blood out there. So blood plus gravity, maybe? I don't know. I wasn't ever very good at human biology, let alone vampire biology. Still, I wish I had give that clicker back to 8. I could turn off the camera in my room and actually investigate this. There's a sheet of paper in the desk sheet of paper on the desk they need to film to me looking at. Transcendent. Hopefully the camera angle is high enough that it doesn't give me away. I don't even really need to look at the list. I circled Tay's name. I think we managed to convince Stefan. I'd hate it to be me or 8 against the other against each other tomorrow night. I think 8's the coolest person I've ever met. I think I've known people before who kind of talked like them, who were kind of political and suspicious about everything. But I also felt really dumb when I talked to those people. The sleeplessness begins to set in, so I lay down on my mattress. 8 doesn't make me feel dumb at all. If anything, it seems like 8 has faith in me. Come on, Sleeping Beauty, time to shine. Oh yeah, give me a second. I actually don't need as long as usual to get my bearings. Right. Consciousness returns without much effort on my part. I remember there's a really good chance I'm up for execution tonight, and that's nervous making. The PA walks me into the interview room, which doubles my suspicion that I'm up for elimination. We need to get a few sound bites from you in case things go a different way tonight. You understand, I'm sure. I'm definitely nominated. She has me pair some lines about being on the ballot tonight, and I'm too anxious that I might end up against 8 to even put up much of a fight over it. Oh no, that didn't go great. I guess this is it. If you make it through this, you might consider being more of a prominent fixture in this show. That alliance you're in is doing you no favors. I want to take a mug of blood and splash in her face, but I resist. I know I want to make her take me out. That's right. Okay, console time, everybody. Make your way to the ballroom. Here we go. We head to the ballroom and take our seats. There's only 5 chairs now. Nico is slumped in a folding chair in the corner, getting his makeup touched up. I wonder if he's free to leave after the season's over, or if his sentence is longer. He hops up and stands in front of us. Welcome, Fledglings, to the season's fourth Fledgling Wow, that is a mouthful. Welcome, fledglings, to the season's 4th Fledgling Council. You're all looking rosy-cheeked and healthy. Did we have fun last night? I ate well and slept soundly. Stefan did a little bit of hunting and cheering you up. It was mildly entertaining. Tay and Rocky, you took a human life for the very first time. How do you feel now that your cherries have been popped? I did what I needed to be done. And prayed for forgiveness. That was fine, I guess. Really delicious. Nico looks at me like I'm supposed to say something else, but I got nothing. As much as I would love to stand here all night and chat. Oh, right. As much as I would love to stand here all night and chat, we have a calling to get to. A PA hands me an envelope. What a surprise! Our nominees are Tay and Rocky. I figured that was going to be the case. At least it's not. I figured it was going to be the case. At least it's not me and Nate. Hopefully we got through to Stefan. Shall we do a coin toss to determine the speaking orator, or I'll let Rocky choose. How magnanimous. I'll speak last if that's okay. Last time I encouraged you all to vote for my execution. You didn't. Why is that? Because you thought I was weak? Or could there have been another reason? Could it be that somewhere deep down in those twisted souls of yours, you know that I am your one hope for true salvation? He's getting into death cult territory. What the fuck? Not that not the kind that you find by winning this show, but the kind you find by accepting the greatest prize of all, God's love. If Tate bores everyone with a long sermon, I don't have anything to worry about. I see Rocky, the other fledgling nominated tonight, and has already gotten bored. Don't worry, Rocky, I won't drown on with a tedious sermon. Damn. The light of Christ isn't boring. It's exhilarating. More exhilarating than the hunt we experienced last night. More exhilarating than the shallow pleasures of the flesh you all seem to be so concerned with. Even if you don't feel ready to embrace God, I'm still the right choice to keep. Rocky will manipulate you. He will lie to you. He'll look you in the eyes and smile, and the devil is in that smile. Definitely death cult. This is sounding. Are we sure that Taylor's name isn't Jim? James? Are we sure he doesn't have a town named after himself, like Thamesville? Hayesville? Taylorville? Fucking Christ. Hey, who have I manipulated? Our first night here, we all heard Jason announced an alliance. That alliance consisted of Jason, Lilia, Stefan, and Rocky. Isn't it interesting that half of that alliance is gone now? You voted against somebody in your alliance. If I were you, Stefan, I'd be more worried for my safety. What do we really know about Rocky? You know he loves demonic music and reality television. Fucking Christ. We voted out Jason for knowing too much about Fledgling Manor. We voted out Lilia for knowing too much about vampires. Rocky is a reality show expert. Why are we having this conversation about him? Because like the serpent in the garden, Rocky whispers lies into your ears. You may not like me, that's fine. You don't have to. I just don't trust Rocky. Ugh. Tay smiles and sits down. Well, that was fascinating. Rocky, your turn. I stand up and pull my thoughts together. You got this, Rocky. My fellow fledglings, I stand here tonight very confused. I understand half of what Tay was trying to say about Jesus, and I understand even less what he said about me. I haven't won a single challenge since I got here. You got me, Tay. I spaced out while you were talking. I space out all the time, even when my own life is on the line. The first night, I wasn't even paying attention when Nico explained the whole losing fledglings get executed. You all know this. You're the ones who explained it to me. I put my hands in the air. I'll admit one thing. I love watching reality TV. But watching something on TV and doing it in real life are two different things. I point to my face. I have seen every single episode of the tragically short-lived makeup artistry dating show Kiss and Make Up. But this is the most I can ever do with my eyeliner. I'm looking up just to see if that's an actual show. Nope. Jason was a fledgling Manor superfan. The reason why he was a threat was that he trained and volunteered to be on the show. I didn't volunteer for anything. I didn't train for shit. Tay, dude, I really like you. I really like you. I liked you immediately. You're charming and sweet. I felt sad for you this whole time, hated how depressed you were getting. KVD? This isn't the Tay we befriended and were worried about. This Tay here is on a holy purpose. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I'm not so dumb as I don't know what people can do when they're motivated by faith. My grandma lived in inoperable cancer grandma lived with inoperable cancer for years out of sheer stubbornness and love for the Pope. Tay has plans, Tay has goals. I'm just a guy who woke up here and got shoved in front of a camera. I think it's clear who the bigger threat is. I shrug and sit back down. I can't tell if my speech was convincing or not, but I did the best I could. I will say I do not know who Kat Von D is. And see, this is what makes you like 8. I can't tell him, but I did the best I could. Stefan's face is impossible to read. Okay, that does it. Then, does anyone have any questions? Rocky, you talk about being so inexperienced and confused, but when we first met, you said you already been a vampire for several weeks. Why should we believe you now that you told us a different story the first night? I woke up as a vampire in this house and then went to film an episode episode 1 the same night. I was so disoriented. I was disoriented and kind of scared. I guess I thought it would be better not to draw attention to myself. I told you, right, eh? Yes, that's true. We've talked about that. Gotcha. How convenient. He told us the first night. Oh, thank fuck he remembers. So last night really was your first time. How'd it feel to embrace your true nature? It was liberating. He's asking about how hunting down that lady, which I have mixed feeling about. But hunting those fucking cameras? It felt good. He didn't need to know which one I'm talking about. I think it's the first time since I become a vampire that I felt real purpose. Shit, I didn't have much in the way of purpose before, you know? Like there's a reason I never auditioned for one of these shows. I don't know who Tay thinks I am, but I'm not the kind of super ambitious psycho. I'm really not ambitious. You could barely even call me motivated. Last night? Man, last night was amazing. It's as if being a vampire was, if this is what vampires, being a vampire is supposed to feel like, I'm glad this happened to me. Stefan smiles. He likes that answer. Why didn't you say that before when Nico asked you? You said it was fine. It kind of seemed like you're just saying whatever Stefan wants you to hear. I like the way Stefan asked better. Ego didn't ask me about my true nature or whatever. It was a more evocative question. Anya didn't have a response to that. Anyone knows? Nobody saying anything, I don't know how to feel. Right now it seems like this could go either way. Well then, let's get to it. Even though I'm nominated, it's jarring to see my name written out on the ballot. I cut my thumb with the knife and panicked for a second. Am I supposed to mark down the person I want to keep? Or one I want to be executed? It's like when I'm driving and suddenly I second guess which side is the accelerator and which side's the brake. The person who with the most votes leaves. I press my thumb down next to Tay's name and I will say I completely get what that statement just said. Cause like sometimes we'd be like, well, does it mean this? Does it mean that? I always second fucking guess myself. Every single time. I'll wait for the others to finish. I can't help but to worry that I forgot, that I've gotten it wrong. I misunderstood the directions, and I'm about to die. Once everyone's sitting down, Nico stands in front of us to deliver the usual lines. Blood has been spilled, the votes have been tallied. One fledgling shall be culled this night. He takes the basket from a PA and begins the count. Here we go. One vote for Rocky. Okay, keep cool. That could just say. One vote for Tay. A tie. Exciting. Or not. Another vote for... Nico smirks and shows us the ballot. Tay. Tay, if you get one more vote, that means it's Corrigan's for you. But you still have hope. He reaches the basket with a flourish. He doesn't show for a second. He's playing the drama for the cameras. Too bad. A third vote, Tay. I'm flooded with relief. Tay smiles and moves to stand with Nico. You've made a mistake tonight, but remember the things I've told you. Salvation can be yours if you choose to accept it. I all but jump out of my chair when we're directed to go to the courtyard. I want to leave that experience as far behind me as I can. Yeah, exactly, Sector. I was on edge for a minute there, realizing there was a chance it'd be me getting decapitated tonight. It's not that I don't feel bad for Tay, it's just that, well, his whole armor of God thing was insanely annoying. Did he really think he had a shot at winning? That if he just laid low, he could have pulled it off? But then nobody said Faith was rational. Maybe being forced to stick around after he wanted to sacrifice himself broke him, and this is just how he dealt. Guess I'll never really know. Maybe I'm becoming inert to this. Guess you have to if you want to stay sane. After seeing 3 people get their heads cut off in less than a week, it's the prospect of the 4th doesn't seem so daunting. What's the old quote? One death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic? Something like that. There's something inherent in vampirism that dulls the feeling toward... Is there something inherent in vampirism that dulls our feeling towards death? Or is it just survivorship bias kind of the... Or is it a survivorship bias kind of thing where we're the only ones who last longer not a few weeks, are able to deal with our condition. I have a feeling Tay wouldn't have been able to for long. I mean, I can't imagine that the kinds of people who would set up a show like Fledgling Manor would be too interested in saving their souls. Hell, I don't think if vampires even have souls to be saved. But then again, I'm not sure if humans do either. Nico and the Executioner emerge from the house, followed by a PA who got Tay in a fireman's carry. I'm not going to miss this guy, let me tell you. He wasn't so bad at first, but his heart turned towards piousness. Ugh, as I was almost embarrassed for him. Still not sure if the executioner can talk or is just contractually forbidden from doing so. I guess it would remove a little of her mystique. Still, her silence doesn't seem to stop Nico from chatting her ear off. The PA dumps Tay onto the cobblestones. He looks like the others did, dazed and unresisting. I'm not surprised. He really did go through a lot in the last few nights. The Executioner positions herself to Tay's side as the PA maneuvers him to a kneeling position. He doesn't put up a fight. Oh, Tay, you weren't who I thought you were, but you still don't deserve this. You don't think? He was misguided and self-righteous. That doesn't mean I want him dead. Yeah, I guess not. You can't let them convince you that any of this is okay, Rocky. I don't see the problem. Tay did this to himself. Maybe, but he didn't choose to be here. Nico clears his throat. Well, it's not time again. You made your choice, and now the executioners will carry out the will of the Fledgling Council. I think we have a little surprise at Tay. I think we're all a little surprised Tay made it this far. Good on him, I suppose. But his journey ends here. Executioner, if you please. The masked executioner takes her position, like a batter stepping up to the plate. She raises her sword, and as she has 3 times before in the past few nights. Tay doesn't say anything, though I can see his lips moving a little. The sword drops and Tay's head tumbles off his shoulders, bouncing once before his head and body are reduced to heaps of dust. It's so fast, clinical, cleaner than human death, really. No body left. There's no body left. It's like vampires auto-cremate or something. Tay's gone. Is his essence in the afterlife? Or is that just it for him? Is that it for all of us? Come to think of it, I don't remember being turned. I remember my life up to that point, but how do I know I'm the same person I was before? When I died, was that the end of Rocky? Or is whoever I am now something different that just has his memories? Fuck, I can't afford to get distracted wandering about this stuff. There'll be plenty of time to worry of that if I win. If I don't, well, that doesn't necessarily matter anyways. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. One Fledgling falls, and only 4 remain. What surprises does Fledgling Manor have in store for you over the nights to come? We'll just have to wait and see. It's not really clear if he's talking to us or the audience. Nico turns with a flourish of his huge coat and walks back to the house with the executioner and some of the crew. A few stay behind to tail us, as usual. I scan the tree line for those red eyes again, but I can't spot anything this time. Tay's gone, and now there's only 4 of us left. It's pretty clear from the way the cameras have been hovering around them that this production team is trying to push Stefan and Anya to the final 2. I don't blame them, really. I'd watch Anya and Stefan showdown for sure. Meanwhile, 8 and I haven't won a single challenge yet. Stefan shakes his head dismissively at Tay's remains. Good riddance. He back off to the house, and I expect to see Anya to follow, but she hangs back. Poor Tay. Yeah, dude seemed really mixed up. He wouldn't have lasted anyways. If he'd won, he might have been a curiosity for a few weeks before society did its best to warp him into something he would have hated. In a way, this is a kinda ending for him. How do you know? Maybe he would have stuck to his guns. I think he really believed all that stuff. Doesn't matter what he believed. He would have been broken. You know, you sound pretty bitter about vampire life sometimes. I don't mean to. I just know it changes people. I don't see anything wrong with change. She pauses and looks up and down. Well, most of the time at least. Hey, come on, Anya. 1 second. Okay. It's okay, Rocky. I guess it fuck. I guess it makes sense you're so bitter. That must have been really hard for you. I can't imagine being a model, finding out vampires are real, learning that you're never going to have to worry about aging or losing your looks, and then, well, what the hell? I'm just saying. It seems so sad, that's all. Turning changes all of us, or maybe it just intensifies something that was already there. Of course, sweetie, but there's change and then there's change. Anya. But just because Eight hates being a vampire doesn't mean Tay would have struggled with it forever. Anya, that's not cool. She scoffs and rolls her eyes. You were patting yourself on the back for getting very confused. For getting a very confused influence killed, because, oh no, maybe he would have liked what he'd become. But when I point out there's some holes in that story, that makes me the bad guy. Maybe it's better this way? Grow up, you're just self-righteous as he was. Anya shakes her head and wanders off without a word. I feel something between ashamed of myself and the way I used to in elementary school, when a more popular kid would mock me for having zits. Part of me wants to run after her and tell her off, so the show would probably love that, but I turned to 8 and realized they seem perfectly calm. I needed water. You okay? Why wouldn't I be? What just happened? All the shit she said. I can't believe she could be that cruel. What was cruel about it? What? What was cruel about what she was saying? She was talking about how you look, how you're different from everyone. Right, and I am. Yeah, but Anya was trying to get under my skin. Yours too, since she probably realizes we're working together. It wasn't a bad idea, and it might have worked on someone who hadn't been around as long. Huh? Okay, tell the truth. You're a lot older than the rest of us, aren't you? Well, it depends on what you mean by older. I think we're probably about the same age, chronologically speaking. I glance around for cameras, but they seem to follow Anya back to the house. You've been a vampire for longer than anyone else here. Yes. How long? Long enough to have gotten over the bitterness Anya was talking about. Believe me, I was. Why shouldn't I have been? Not just my life, but my body was taken from me. What changed? Time passed. I met new people, learned new things. Time is one thing, but we have it. Time is one thing we have in abundance, but most of us don't use it for any particular purpose. Just warps us, isolates us, night by night, year by year. How will you use eternity if you get the chance? I'm not sure. I haven't had much time left to think about. I haven't had much time to think about it. Give it some thought. They turn to go off into the woods again. Wait, can I come? This is a solo mission, but I'll see you tomorrow night. Remember what I said. I head back towards my room, feeling some weird combination of drained and exhilarated. I did it. I was up for elimination and survived. I see a short, chubby, shallow shadow and jump. Tay? No, they walk towards me. was Nico's makeup artist. They just had a similar build to Tay. Dave Locky! Hi. This person never spoken to me before. They reached into their little waist apron and pulled out a disposable razor. Can you lose the beard when you wake up tomorrow night? Why? They shrug. Not my call. I kind of bristle at the idea of that they want to change the way I look now. But at the same time, maybe this will give me some kind of advantage. I take the razor. Sure, I'll shave before the challenge. Wonder why they want me to shave all of a sudden. Maybe scraggly little chin beard aren't chic in the vampire world. Maybe it's some kind of modeling competition. I hope it is. It could win and help me out. I flop onto my mattress. What 8 said earlier. What exactly do all the time in what exactly would I do with all the time in the world? I guess I'd probably want to watch a lot of movies first. Go to a lot of shows. Hey, that's one thing I can still do without too much trouble. Still, I still don't know what 8's plans are. I still haven't planted that virus in the show's computers. What guarantee do I have that I'm not just their fall guy? They could be using me, tricking me into doing their dirty work. What if they're the show's twist? A plant to try to lure out another contestant into committing sabotage. Maybe I should be a little more wary. We're halfway through now. And if I won this thing, I could be rich and famous. No more hustling for rent, no more overdrafts. I can't lie, it's nice to imagine. For now, though, it's getting late. Time to sleep. From here, I'm going to call it. Because I don't know how fast it'll do by the end of it. So if we're halfway through, um, yeah, you get the point. But yes. Um, I was going to ask who we should raid, but there's someone on who we haven't raided in forever. But so far, this game's been pretty fun. It's another one of those things where my throat hurts from talking too much. But yeah, we are going to raid Aster. Aster's currently playing the latest patch for Genshin, which I'm going to I'm going to raid and run because I haven't gotten I want to play it myself. But yeah, with that, everybody. Oh fuck, you're close. With that, everybody, I will see you later. I will see y'all next time. Bye bye.